Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. Council is conducting this meeting in person and via conference call in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 199. Council chambers is open for public attendance in person. However, councillors and members of the public may still join meetings remotely using our current teleconference process. If you have submitted a comment request, the chair will call on you at the appropriate time. The chair may also ask for comments and concerns from the public relating to a particular topic, and at this time, phone lines will be unmuted. If you would like to speak, please state your name. We ask that only one member of the public speak at a time. All persons will be allotted 10 minutes to speak as per our procedural bylaw. We ask that if the meeting recesses, that any callers hang up and call back in as the meeting reconvenes. This helps with call quality. Please note, this meeting is being recorded and may be uploaded to our website and or social media. To eliminate background noise, please mute your phone during the meeting. We also ask all attendees to mute their devices to reduce disruptions to our meeting. Everyone has a right to be present at council meetings and council committee meetings. Any attendees that are considered disruptive to the progression of this meeting may be removed at the discretion of the chair as per the MGA Section 198. We thank you for your cooperation and understanding. Because we have councillors participating remotely today, we will conduct a roll call. Reeve Link is present. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Present.
Councillor Laprise. Present. Councillor Bigger.
Present.
Councillor Eichert.
Present.
Councillor Kester.
Present.
Councillor Laverson.
Present.
And due to the hybrid nature of today's meeting, we will modify our voting procedures. We will vote by exception. I will call for any councillor who is opposed to the motion to indicate verbally. For any motions with expressed opposition, we will conduct a roll call vote. Is any councillor opposed? We have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any additions or changes? Councillor Laverson.
Yes.
For agenda item 6, the third one, Councillor Code of Conduct, I believe that is highly likely that it's one of two people and not the trusted 5. I would like that moved into the public if it's about me. I have discussed with legal counsel and I believe that is a right that I have.
Are you moving to amend the agenda?
That's correct.
Perhaps we should vote on the amendment just because, like, I'll be speaking in opposition to the amendment, or we can do it all at once. Does administration have any recommendation?
Yes, council should vote on the amendment if there is an amendment brought forward to council.
And just so that I'm clear, so we're talking about two different people, or no, one? We
It
don't.
doesn't say who it is.
But you're saying if it's
if
you.
it's me, I want it moved to public.
Oh, I see. All right.
Could I further amend it? If it's about me, I'd like it moved to public too.
I would consider that friendly.
Okay.
Do our bylaws allow that? Our code of conduct bylaw?
The bylaw does say, I'll just read it. I'll just pull it up.
I would think we don't know what it is till we see it.
Somebody knows what it is.
Section 14.4 of our Code of Conduct bylaw says, upon receipt of a complaint, the Reeve or Deputy Reeve shall inform council of the complaint during an in-camera session. So the bylaw does reference in-camera.
I've had advice to the otherwise, so.
Any questions or discussion?
Your advice, does it reference the bylaw? Like, how can I vote if I don't know how your advice is? Like, our bylaw says it comes to a closed session. You're saying that you've got legal advice saying it doesn't have to be, but where in our bylaw? Like, can you?
It actually contradicts itself.
Me?
One place it says may, another place it says should. So if we don't, move it to public, then maybe we should adjourn it till we get further legal advice.
Or adjourn it until I can review the Code of Conduct bylaw? I don't know. I don't know how to vote if I don't understand where the loophole is.
For me, I just have to go off of what our current bylaws are. We did just review the bylaw at our organizational meeting 3 weeks ago. So I'm simply following our bylaws that we have approved in council. We don't have any other information before us at this time, with the exception of the verbal reference from Councillor Lowerson. Don't know if administration has any recommendation or anything we need to consider regarding that.
So to me, the bylaw is worded exactly the way it was just presented under 14.4. If amendments are requested for that bylaw, then amendments should be brought forward to council, or a request from council to alter or amend that bylaw. Until that happens, then there are provisions to make things public, but I think just if there is a complaint, I'm not sure what it's about, but the process was fairly clear in the bylaw itself.
Councillor Lowerson.
14.1 says the complaint may be submitted to council in an in-camera session, which contradicts what the other part says. So.
That may, I don't think that I would interpret that to say that it could, like that the alternative could be in an open session.
Nope, and I'm not a lawyer, so
Yeah, nor am I.
we should get some more advice on that before we proceed with that. I'll certainly go back to mine.
So would not, like if somebody from the public were to bring a code of conduct, would they not have the ability to either state at the fact when they present this code of conduct, they wanted it public or not? Like, I don't, like, it just seems to me that if we don't have that ability to bring it in camera, I'm not sure if airing dirty laundry in the public is the best way to do this, because it starts getting, I look at what's happening, what's happened in Rocky View and all that kind of stuff, and it gets ugly. So I'm just trying to figure out which is the cleanest way to do this. And I believe our bylaw states what it is, so.
Any other questions or discussion?
There's a motion on the
Hello,
floor.
am I
correct?
on?
Yes,
Hello?
in answer to, yes, Councillor Kester, just one moment, please. To Deputy Reeve Clausen, there is a motion on the floor. Councillor Kester?
Yeah, says may, and that can bring it to an in-camera session. But I would think all the discussion, if the person that's being, so we say accused, wants it out of camera, I believe that would be appropriate, that council would be able to vote on it at the very least, or it's just an automatic that that person can bring it out of camera. As we've had a report here 2 months ago, a third of our meeting time, or more than a third of our meetings, are in camera. It's not transparent. And having gone through this and having it in camera and can't answer to the public, I find it extremely hard on me. And I would think it would be the same as on anybody else. So I'm in favor of all the proceedings being out of camera. And it says may in the bylaw. I think it should be considered as a may.
Any other questions or discussion?
I'd like the motion repeated before we vote, because there was an addition, friendly amendment, I believe, so.
Jenna, do you have the motion?
Yeah, I have to move in-camera item, void back to section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, Councillor Code of Conduct to public if it is regarding Councillor Larson or Councillor Kester.
Any other questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? I'm opposed. There's opposition to the motion, so we will move to a roll call vote. Reeve Link is opposed. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Laprise.
I'll be for.
Councillor Bigger.
Opposed.
Councillor Eichert.
Opposed.
Councillor Kester.
In favor?
Councillor Larson.
In favor.
Motion is lost.
I will likely excuse myself from that session till I can get further legal advice then.
Any other questions any other additions or changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Reeve Link. Brian from Administration. Administration does have some additions to the agenda that they would like council to consider. So I'll just list them off. There was a submission to for the public hearing under bylaw 2022-11, and that will be read into the public record. There is an addition under the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership grant application. Administration is proposing to add that under 2.3.1. An additional addition is West Side Servicing Evaluation Factors. That would be under 2.3.2. A request for tree pruning under 2.3.3. And then there was two correspondence items, one from Nehill County regarding board appointments, and one from Newell County also regarding board appointments. We propose to add those to 5.1. Thank you.
Any other additions or changes to the agenda?
Brian, was that tree pruning in regards to the email I received?
Yes, it was, Councillor Kester. And just to note as well, all of council has been circulated on all of the items that were just proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Is anyone opposed? Motion is carried. We have the minutes from our organizational meeting on October 18th. Any errors or omissions?
Sorry, Reeve, did we have somebody move the amended?
Oh, no.
So
Thank you.
move the amended agenda.
Thank you. My apologies.
Right.
Any questions or discussion on the motion? Thank you. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. Now we can move to 1.31, organizational meeting minutes from October 18th.
There are no corrections, I'll move the minutes.
I noticed one small thing, sorry, it just is it's a really small thing, but, and I'll just find it here on my document, sorry.
Is it on
So-
page 4?
7 of our package. Resolution org 2022-10-16. It just is, approval that Wheeline County representation to the Emergency Management Committee consists of Deputy Reeve for the 2022-23, and it probably should say Klassen.
Good catch. As well, just on page 4, under 1.6.2, under Council Code of Conduct Agreement, there's just a repetition of the, if we can just strike the repeated word. And then on page 9, under Resolution org 2022-10-30, it just reads, representation to the Strathmore Wheatland Addictions Team consists of the Councillor LaPrice. The can just come out. And as well in the motion following that, Resolution 10-31, just the could come out. Any other edits to the minutes? We have a motion to approve. Would you accept with amendments?
I will accept that.
Minor textual. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 1.3.2, Wheatland County Regular Council Meeting Minutes from October 18th. Any errors or omissions? If not, a motion to approve.
Sorry, I'll move to approve. Councillor Bigger.
Thanks, Councillor Bigger. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 1.33, public hearing minutes from October 18th. Any errors or omissions?
I'll move, excuse me, I'll move to, accept minutes from the public hearing.
Move to approve the minutes from the public hearing. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll now move to agenda item 2.11. I move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to the scheduled public hearing will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further readings of bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. I'll call the public hearing to order. Welcome, everybody. Does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the Municipal Government Act?
Through the chair, yes, we can.
Thank you. And are there written submissions? I know we've noted one that will be read into the public record. Any other written submissions that were not included in the package?
Through the chair, just the one additional submission.
Madam Reeve, Council, Matt from Administration. I'll just read the additional correspondence into the record. It's from Karen Gregory, sent on October 31st, 2022, 11:50 in the morning, to the senior planner, Stefan Kuntz, CC to our development officer, Suzanne Hayes, notice of public hearing regarding MDP. Good morning. We were unable to attend the public hearing, but would like to make the following suggestions. The land around a feedlot could be specifically designated as a special grouping, agricultural industrial 1. A special tax rate could be assigned to a special tax class. From our experience, we would have difficulty paying a full industrial rate, but feel a special class would be appropriate and affordable. As you are aware, we are attempting to do some further development in our area and are receiving a great deal of pushback from the local acreage owners, while at the same time receiving a great deal of support from the local ranchers. Even though the project fits many of your agricultural objectives, as well as the provincial government's mandates, the complainants simply want no development in our area. There must be a way to level the playing field, such as their taxes would have to be increased accordingly if indeed no development is approved by the county. An example would be if our plant was to be built and property taxes were $65,000 approximately, this lost opportunity has to be paid for by the locals. There are other feedlots in the county that will undergo the same pushback from the local acreage owners, but if this zoning is established, perhaps there would be a less issue in the future. The decisions for no development would indeed strand our long-standing businesses, assuming we meet all the criteria, and ultimately our long-term viability. Thank you for your time, Karen. And Karen Gregory, CFO, Catalan Feed Yards Limited, undersigned address. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note, the process for the public hearing is our staff will do their presentation. Then persons in support of the application may speak. Persons with concerns or opposed to the amendments will speak. And then staff can provide any final comments. Anybody who is speaking will just come to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 10 minutes to present to council. Good morning.
Good morning. Stefan Kuntz presenting on behalf of administration. So bylaw 2022-11 is the public hearing and second reading consideration for the municipal development plan update. Just a quick rundown on what we'll be discussing today. So we'll go over what the MDP is and why we're reviewing it. I'll touch on the various project phases that brought us to this point. And then the bulk of the conversation will be about the rationale concerning kind of three of the major changes or considerations that we looked at. So that being the guiding principles, the residential business development criteria, and some changes regarding the agricultural preservation aspect. So the municipal development plan document, essentially what it does, establishes a roadmap for growth in the county. Largely how we use it is when people are applying to either change their land use or do a development permit. This establishes, the common questions that we get. What can I do with my land? Where can I do blank type of development? And it sets a level of expectation between area residents, stakeholders, developers, people who wish to do a redesignation or development, and then the county and council as well. So it sets a level of understanding between when somebody makes some type of application, what type of criteria are we going to use to evaluate that. Neighbors can then know, if I have concerns over traffic, is that something that's going to be addressed? It's all in the document. Similarly, if somebody's making an application, they can go there and say, if I want to propose ABC, I need to know what to provide, and they can look at the document and it will tell them they need to provide X, Y, Z. Ultimately, the principle behind what we're trying to do with the previous document and with the changes as well is not to say no necessarily to anything. It's obviously, encourage simple type of development, things that meet our long-term goals, but not necessarily say, again, no, say yes if. So have, as we get into issues with, might be contentious, dust, noise, those type of things, sets a higher bar in terms of what residents want to see before such a thing is approved. This obviously supports council when making difficult decisions. So we have, again, contentious items, say there's dust or traffic. If the documents or if the requirements are in the MDP, everybody knows what's supposed to be provided. An applicant doesn't provide something that is in the MDP and should, support the development and mitigate some of the concerns, then that obviously they can point to and say, well, if you didn't provide those documents, why not? And that gives justification for refusing or approving the application. Additionally, it's beyond just like applications. It supports other initiatives and other departments, particularly with community development, utilities and servicing, and environmental protection. And lastly, this is required by the Municipal Government Act. So as for why this is being reviewed, so it was adopted originally in 2013. Amendments occurred in 2014, 2018. So the MDP says that should be updated every 5 years. That's a pretty good general rule. In that time, there's been a number of policy changes through the MGB. Obviously, we've been in and then out of the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. And also originally the intermunicipal development plans weren't in place. We now have a number of those. So that created a bit of overlap with the MDP that we can update. So those are some kind of reactive changes, obviously, other policy that we have to adapt to. But we also want to take the advantage to be kind of proactive. Can we look at the policies of the plan, make sure that our goals are correct? The plan actually represents the goals of what the county and the residents want, and then check, are the policies actually making sure that those goals are being met, or at least allowing them to be met. So the phases, so there are 5 phases to the project. So it started originally, obviously, introducing, establishing the engagement strategy. Engagement was phase 2. So the What We Heard report is available in Appendix C of your packages. Essentially what we're asking, again, do the goals and objectives of the plan align with the stakeholders' views? Generally found that they did. I'll get to this a little bit more as we go along. But that some of the policy could be improved and that some of the aspects could be improved. So in phase 3, we kind of looked at those particular areas for improvement and tried to identify some ways to go about doing that. So the areas that were identified of importance and were maybe lacking a bit of support throughout the document was the agricultural business, protection of agricultural land, economic growth, diversification, and support of small business opportunities, and ensuring responsible development while streamlining applications. So again, looking at how can we support those policies, or change the policies or amend the policies to support those? Is there a way that we can address the guiding principles and objectives and clarify the text to make it easier to understand and easier to use? So phase 4 was actually drafting the document and submitting that to stakeholders and residents for feedback. Feedback was received, that's available in Appendix B. And that brings us to the current phase, phase 5. You'll recall the public hearing was on the first reading was on September 20th. We're now obviously at the public hearing stage. So if approved today, we're just doing second reading today. Obviously, it's just a rather rough draft of the document right now. There's no images or design or that type of thing. So if approved in principle, we'll come back with a more polished document for the final approval. No, obviously, material changes, just for the appearance. Okay, so as for the kind of areas where there are some changes or some improvements that were made. So I mentioned the guiding principles a number of times. This is obviously something we want to make sure that this is what we're looking at. This is where everything leads up to. Are these the areas that the stakeholders, the residents, the county itself, anybody else feels is the county moving in the right direction? And again, a lot of what we heard was agricultural protection, economic diversification, that type of thing. The way that the principles were, I think a lot of it was actually in there. It was just maybe a little bit hard to get from what there was there. So largely what we've done is kind of reorganize everything into these 6 different categories: the agriculture, environment, economy, responsible growth, community development, and regional collaboration, and then provide a bit of clarification under each point. So this is an abridged version. The full one is in the document, but this obviously allows us to elaborate a little bit on these items, make sure that it is very clear that, protection of agricultural land, supporting ag producers, promoting economic opportunities, these are all important aspects of what the county would like to see and the residents would like to see. And establishing that is the ultimate goal of the document. So another area that we can bring up for discussion here is the residential and business development section. It might look like there's kind of a lot of change here, and I guess there kind of is in terms of what's in the MDP, but in terms of what's usually used to assess these type of applications, it's nothing really new. A lot of these requirements that are in there now weren't really, but they were in a number of different areas. What that does is makes it easier for whether it's residents or somebody proposing a particular development, they can come to one document, see, again, we're establishing that level of understanding among all interested parties, what type of criteria will be used if you're proposing a business development or a new residential area. One thing we didn't want to do is have a map that said, you know, these areas are okay and these areas are not okay. That kind of leads to a more contentious type of environment. It isn't really appropriate also in a large scale municipality like the county. You want to have it based off those criteria. Is it you know, close to a transportation corridor, close to residential areas? Have they considered traffic generation, stormwater management? Again, all these other aspects, and then that naturally drives development towards appropriate areas and just doesn't naturally encourage it in non-viable areas. So agricultural preservation, this was, again, something we heard a lot through the engagement. And obviously this is something that's very important. Wheatland, obviously it's in the name, it's in our logo. Culturally, socially, economically, this is an important aspect of the county. And this was an area where it was a little bit, again, lacking kind of when we get to the policy. So what we wanted to do was try to reduce some of the fragmentation of agricultural areas. And why that's important is that having kind of larger agricultural areas allows for a broader range of agricultural pursuits that can happen there. So obviously not saying that, you know, a 20-acre parcel can't have a viable ag operation, it certainly can. It's just a little bit more limited in terms of what can go there. There are reasons for that. Obviously, financially, you might only need 20 acres and you don't need the full 160. So you want to have that variety, but it needs to be done for the right reason. So again, that's why we try to encourage that away from that segmentation a little bit. So looking at the current policy, there was a lot in there now that actually was quite positive. So we also wanted to make sure that that was carried over. So currently the policy in a quarter section allows up to 4 new lots of 5 total. Over that, you can still subdivide further, but it requires pipe servicing and an area structure plan or area concept plan. So that's still the case. Any lot size and little guidance and configuration, those are kind of some other areas that we wanted to address a little bit. Pardon me. So looking at some of the other municipalities in the area, MBC, this is Mountain View County here, and these are just some similar in the area, and also have some you know, urban municipalities around. To just see kind of, you know, how we stack up to these. So as you can see, the number of parcels we allow currently, just as an agricultural thing, is 4. These ones only allow 1, so that's the typical first parcel out in the MGA that's usually allowed. They also have more requirements for like the maximum size of parcel, whether or not they need to do land use. And then this guidance section here just means like where it's located and that type of thing. So again, the idea isn't that we necessarily have to do this, but just that, you know, it's a little bit of an outlier in this respect. So the question we kind of ask, you know, how can we take what we have for the good, that flexibility, that you know, the level of allowing people to have that flexibility in terms of development, but still enhance the aspects with regards to protecting ag lands and reducing fragmentation. So the idea that we're proposing is to have per quarter section up to 20 contiguous acres of land per quarter section that can be used for development, and then still keeping that 5 lot maximum essentially. So this allows flexibility within that 20 acres. So they could do, you know, 1 20-acre, 2 10, 4 5s, or any kind of combination of that. Pardon me, here's a couple examples. So you can see a number of 5-acre parcels, or again, a variety. And then that allows the remainder to be retained as a large agricultural area. Now, that's not, again, we're not saying no necessarily if you go beyond that. There are, you know, things that could be considered. So I mentioned the contiguous aspect. That can be, you know, varied based on topography, access. If there's a creek or water body or something that makes it so that 20 acres isn't viable, obviously, you know, that can be considered. And then the other aspect is, what about beyond that? So for example, if this was just 1 parcel here, it's already at 20 acres, can this 140-acre parcel subdivide further? The answer is yes, but not under the agricultural development policies. That would be then considered under these policies. So that would be, again, you can do it, maybe a little bit higher bar, because, you know, what is the purpose for it? Is it for a agriculture business? Absolutely, we'd love to hear it. Here's the criteria. You can put that forward, and it would be considered under these policies instead. So that's it for the major kind of amendments. Obviously happy to take any questions on those. But for the other amendments that were provided in this update summary, again, largely with clarification, textual edits. And the other big one, obviously removing the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board documents. And I mentioned this as well, so prior to the third reading, and again, pending approval here, we'll add some images, approve the design of the document, and return it for third reading. And should that be approved, then it will be distributed, obviously posted on the website, and available for printing. So that concludes my presentation. Obviously happy to take any questions. I'm not sure if you wanted to move to comments first.
Any questions on the presentation of the proposed amendments?
I have one.
Councillor Kester, please go ahead.
Yeah, we're continuing the tradition of ag land and trying not to fragment it. But I'm just curious. We've always said you have a right to farm in Wheatland County. I'm just wondering, is it documented in our MDP? Is it say you have the right to farm because in the future maybe you want to change the farming, things change, autonomous vehicles, maybe a big greenhouse that lights up the sky. I don't know. There could be lots of things that can change. Farming can change that wasn't even anticipated when we said you have the right to farm. And a lot of these changes cost money, and usually it's to make it better or more efficient or better for the landowner to farm and to remain competitive. And that's an important thing. I don't want to have farmers or any business in Wheatland County, ratepayers included, being at a disadvantage because we don't allow this or do allow that. So is there any way we can enshrine the words, every ag general piece has the right to farm? Does that make sense?
It is on page 43 under guiding principles under agriculture. Specifically referenced, maintain viability of existing operations and protect the right to farm. Be open to innovative agricultural businesses and new technology and provide opportunities for commercial and industrial support services. I don't know if
so that's right under, and that's
it's
right in the
within
ag general district?
Under the guiding principles that are sort of overarching for the entire document.
Okay, as long as it's in there, thanks.
You bet. Any other questions regarding the presentation?
I've just got a question on ag preservation. Has there been any studies done that large agricultural is more productive than small agricultural? Like, so I understand that if I've got 160 acres and I've got an 80-foot cedar, that I can make less passes, and that would be really good for my 80-foot cedar. But there's all sorts of places I can point to that people live on 40 acres are producing way more agricultural product than that 160 acres. So has there been a study? I just want to know if there's been a study that says that large agricultural is actually the way to go, that maybe smaller agriculture would actually, going down the road, might be way more productive.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Eichert, there hasn't been a study, but this was obviously through consultation with our Ag Services group, and also just from residents as well. Again, it's not saying necessarily that you can't have smaller agricultural parcels. You certainly can. There's plenty available even now without subdividing. Again, it's about providing that variety, right? If you have 160 acres, you can do a full pivot, the whole thing. You can't do that on 20 acres. But if you have 20 acres and you're just going to raise some, horses or tree farm or something like that, you probably don't need the 160. So again, it's about having that variety, allowing both to operate, but recognizing that once a 20-acre parcel is created, it's probably not going to go back to 160.
Any other questions regarding the presentation? not, we'll open to the public. Any persons who would like to speak in support of the proposed amendment or the proposed MDP? Anyone who would like to speak with concerns or who are opposed? You can come to the podium and state your name. And just a reminder, each presenter will have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Andrew Camart. I own Ace Surveys in Strathmore, and we do roughly 80% of the subdivisions in Wheatland County, probably for the last decade. There's things I like in it, and there's things that somewhat worry me, or I think we need clarity on. I'm going to do just a quick history. So in 2001, when I started surveying, we were allowed 1 per quarter section, and that was a hard rule. That was it. In 2004 and 5, the floodgates opened, and it was do whatever you want. And we were subdividing 30 bare acreages a year, like as quick as we could do them. They were being approved. And at that time, there was the big pushback that we have to save some ag land in Wheatland. So what kind of shut it down is the first thing that council did is they said you need an area structure plan, even for a 3-lot subdivision. And then over the last years, we've been repealing or getting rid of all those area structure plans that were created in 2005, 2006. So I don't think that was the way to preserve it. The step that I think actually preserved farmland is they made the landowners do a PSDS, private sewage disposal study, at time of application. And what that did is it scared away the vast majority of people subdividing bare ag land, because they didn't want to front the money for the studies not having a yes or no from council. So now that is the current rule in place. And this year we've had 2 bare land lots approved, totaling 4 acreages total, and less than 20 acres of bare land is what our company has taken out. We don't do it all, but I know there's very few, if any, bare land lots being taken out. Almost every approved subdivision is an original farmstead now. So it's already out of ag production. So I think back in 2004 and 5, preserving ag was huge because we were losing a tremendous amount. I think we've somewhat solved that problem already. What I like about this proposal is a 40-acre parcel, we say is still ag, but what I see in my business is they're just big acreages. There's very little ag production off those. And everyone wants 10 acres, 12 acres. No one knows what to do with that. We should be aiming for a 3-acre parcel. Even at 3 acres, there's plenty of room for your shop and your house. You got lots of room for your septic and well. That's an ideal size. So I think if we really want to save ag land, we want to stay away from the 12-acre parcels and up, because those are the ones where we're just losing ag land. Back in 2004 and 5, when we were subdividing them, if we took out 3 3-acre parcels in a quarter, you lost 9 acres of ag land. Then we didn't want to do that anymore, so now we take out 1 12-acre piece. Well, we've lost more ag land taking out the 1 12-acre ag piece than we would by taking out the 3 3-acre residential parcels. So I think we kind of went in the wrong direction when we were steering people towards stay ag. And so they stayed ag by staying over 5 acres, but it's not ag anymore. And we know that there is the odd case where someone is doing something with the smaller parcels. They're mostly glorified acreage is what they are. My concern with the change that I see here is how it's calculated, that 20 acres. So if someone takes out 18 acres, but only 3 of it is their yard, is that counting as 18 acres is fragmented from the quarter? Or is that counting as 3 acres is fragmented from the quarter? And there's also going to be a bit of a race then as well. If I am a landowner, I'm going to cut out my 20 acres as quick as I can, because now I've locked in all the development in that quarter. And the other acreages or other people in the quarter, I've got my 20 acres now. It's gone. I got it. But we already have that too with the first 5 out of a parcel. The first guy to get their 3 3-acre parcels out wins, and the neighbor, even if they want 1, too bad. So that's already in place, racing to do it. I just would like to see how that 20 acres is going to be calculated, if it's actual ag land coming out, or is it the total parcel size regardless of what it's being used for? So I think we need some clarity on if it's strictly just the title size, or if it's going to come into, off an aerial photo, we can usually see what's ag production and what is residential or what is is not being used for ag. So what I like is, I think we need to keep them small. And I think council in Wheatland is already doing a very good job at preserving ag land. It's not like it was in 2004 and 5. Like, we're doing, like, right now, if you look on the market, I don't think you can find one 5-acre smaller parcel of land for sale that's bare. And the market has all but dried up of those type of developments. So I think we're doing a good job in that sense. But I would like to see a lot more 3-acre bare lots being approved and a lot less 12 acres ag land being approved, because I think they're hiding behind the terminology of ag land. I don't think it's ag land anymore, so. I think that's everything I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the proposed MDP? Is there anyone
I have a
who has
comment.
called it? Certainly. I said certainly, Councillor Kester.
Okay, I didn't know who you were talking to. Yeah, in answer to the last comment, we used to have agricultural small holdings, and it was up to 20 acres. But to get that subdivision, you had to submit a plan, what you were going to do with that land. You can plant carrots or corn or a big hog barn or whatever the case was. And then that just, I don't know if it ever fit the bill. I was just wondering if there's any thought that maybe we, for doing the 20 acres and we think it's going to be farmland, but we're not going to do anything, do we want to go back to saying you have to come up with a plan, you have to adhere to it, or it reverts to, I don't know, commercial or the tax implications? Because anybody can come up with a story. It's keeping it up year after year, and I'm just wondering if there's any thought done for that again, resurrecting that old plan.
Anyone else who would like to speak in support or with concerns or opposed to the application? Councillor Larson.
I would agree with the points that Mr. Kamart brought up, and I think we should incorporate those into the MDP. Those are fairly important, so I would support that.
Anyone else who would like to speak with concerns or in support of the proposed amendments? Does staff have any final comments?
Through the chair, yes, just to address some of the points that were made by Mr. Kamart. Yeah, definitely some good comments. With respect to what's considered kind of within that non-acre or non-agricultural. So if he mentioned like 18 acres being the yard. So the way that would be considered is, yes, all 20 acres. If 20 acres is subdivided, 5 acres is yard, 15 is pasture. That's part of that thing that's now not there anymore. So they could then subdivide that further, obviously. So that gets into that aspect with aiming for kind of smaller parcels. We certainly agree, and that's what that's trying to do. If I can bring this thing up. So as you can see in the example, what that allows, obviously, if they retain the Ag General District, and again, that's in order to provide a bit of flexibility, keep it somewhat simple. 5 acres is the minimum for Ag General. Is it kind of big for a country residential parcel? Probably. But then it allows other flexibility with some, hobby farming type of uses that's more appropriate for the area. As you mentioned, and again, excellent point, to go to smaller parcels, absolutely agree. That makes a lot of sense. And even, again, if another part of this Gordas section wishes to develop further, if there's only one lot here with some smaller lots under the residential policies, and again, that's where we would consider some of those aspects you brought up, with the different criteria, then that can absolutely be considered as well. So certainly agree with all those points, absolutely. I think it's trying to make kind of the best of the existing situation, adapt it a little bit without doing a full, obviously we're not completely rewriting the MDP, we're just trying to do some targeted changes in order to address some of these areas that he brought up.
Thank you. If there's no further comments from, just before you speak, question to administration from process. If staff have given final comments.
So typically, a presenter usually just speaks once. However, we haven't closed the public hearing yet, so if council does choose to hear from the person in opposition or with concerns related to the bylaw, council can definitely hear them.
Does anybody from council object to hearing from Mr. Kumart? Anyone online? Please proceed.
So more of just a clarity question, because I sit down with a lot of the landowners when we're doing the planning to present the application to council or to MPC. So let's say someone takes out the 20 acres right off the start, but in the same quarter section, you have the original farmstead, that's 5 acres. A lot of what we do and almost everything that's been approved over the last 2 or 3 years is original farmsteads. And it's usually estate planning where they want to stay on the farm and the larger farmers are taking over the farmland. We know that. So what happens now when 20 acres is taken out of the quarter, but the original farmstead isn't part of that? That landowner now approaches you and says, we want to take out our farmstead so we can stay and live there still. We want to transfer the farmland on to the neighbor who's going to farm it. The 20 acres is out, but the 5 additional acres they're asking for is already not in ag production. It's the 80-year-old farmstead. Does that get special? Can you go to that 25 acres of the quarter now, or is this lock it in at the 20 acres? It's questions like that that I think are going to come up. If this is passed, and I don't mind this mandate, I think it's a good movement. I just think we need kind of rules in place because I know what's going to happen. We already have fragmented quarters all over Wheatland that's broken 4 into 40, or we have like one larger one taken out, but the original farmstead hasn't been taken out. Are we no longer going to allow that, or will that still be allowed moving forward? So I think it's just the details into how we calculate the 20, and is it absolutely set in stone, or is there flexibility in that to take out lands that already aren't in ag production? So not opposition, more just clarity moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, certainly happy to address that. So the answer in that situation, so again, if we just consider this as one 20-acre parcel and say there was a farmstead in this area, so again, that would be considered under the new residential policies, which would be these ones. So if, you know, in that situation, it's a developed farmstead, he's right, he's not taking anything out of agricultural production, it's an existing farmstead. Same situation if there was, you know, water body with piece isolated, or a creek or railway or something like that where it's kind of isolated from the other part. It's not really necessarily taking it out of it. Yes, it goes beyond that 20-acre parcel or 20-acre part mentioned. But again, having that flexibility, and again, we didn't want to be too prescriptive in kind of what those areas are. So it's why I kind of mentioned this topography, access, alignment with existing ag uses, and then obviously, again, whether or not they're proposing a business use or a residential use, those can certainly be considered.
Is there any other public who would like to speak for or against the proposed amendment? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing for bylaw 2022-11. Council's wishes.
I'll make the motion that council moves second reading of bylaw 2022-11, this being the bylaw for the purpose of amending bylaw 2013-18 of the MDP as shown on attached Schedule A, forming part of this bylaw.
We have a motion on the floor for second reading. Open the floor for debate. Councillor Laverson.
So if we pass this for a second reading, this is more a question for Stefan. Does that mean you can't address some of the concerns that Mr. Kumart brought up?
That's correct. If Yeah, this is the public hearing. If it's passed now, the changes that we are saying to make it before third reading, that's just going to be purely design and no material changes. So if you want to propose any amendments, they should be done right now.
Okay, that's because that was my question, because I think he raised some pretty good points, but I, of course, can't remember all of them. But, do you have a handle on that? Can you make a suggested?
Yeah, through the chair. So I think as he mentioned, all those aspects can be addressed in existing policy, the way it is written.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, we did consider those things, so that is, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose his points, because they were good.
They were, yeah.
Thanks.
Can I make a couple points? So under our guiding principles, we talk about agriculture and protection of land. We specifically say that we want to focus growth and development away from highly productive agriculture areas, but sadly, where our development is where we have highly productive agriculture land. So should we remove that statement? I mean, we're saying something that we have really little control over in some ways.
Through the chair, I wouldn't recommend removing that necessarily. It doesn't necessarily mean large scale. I mean, obviously, this is the problem with development in general, is that the areas that are good and easy for human habitation are good ag land usually, right? That's just kind of a battle that we're always sort of dealing with. And I think I know what you're talking about, like the AST areas and that type of thing. So yes, I mean, that's certainly something that we have to consider on that larger scale, but including it in here as well also allows us to consider it on a small scale as well. So if somebody's looking at locating, a couple of residential dwellings, putting it on like the absolute best soil in that quarter section, is that the best idea? Or can we maybe use these policies to direct them to other areas that might be, not the best ag soil, but more suited for residential?
Okay, you're looking at it at a smaller scale, looking at a quarter section, saying where on that quarter section would be the best place.
Right, it would apply to both, but yes.
Okay, okay, I see. A couple of, so we talked about this a little while ago. Under our county, we talk about farmland making up approximately 97%. And we had a little debate about whether that was.
So the 75% that I calculated was for crops specifically.
Why?
So when I said active farming operation, I think my definition may have not been very clear. So it would be strictly 75% of Wheatland County's use of farmland is for crops specifically, not livestock.
Okay.
Apologies on that one.
That's good, thank you. Then I just had some editorial things that I can pass on afterwards. I could just show them.
If we're here during council, you might as well just bring them forward, and just so all of council is aware of them and it's not left to administration. I believe the Reeve may have some as well, so if you guys.
Hopefully you'll cover them.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
Okay, if you could perhaps just propose a friendly amendment,
to accept as amended with our amendment here? Yeah, okay. So first of all, under the planning hierarchy, on page 32, there's a intermunicipal development plans provide guidance for areas in close proximity to municipal borders. Borders is spelled wrong. On page 34, in the bullets, it also may address, there's a bullet missing from the last point. Under 1.4.2, where it's before the bullets, it says Wheatland County has current IDPs. That should it should not be tabbed over. It should go back to flush with the rest of it. On page 48, under natural areas, I noted that we were trying to keep all of the environmentally significant areas as significant rather than sensitive, but in the second paragraph under natural areas, we do reference environmentally sensitive areas. And then I imagine you had bolded the environmentally significant areas in 2 spots under natural areas, just to as a reminder to,
Through the reeve, if I could just clarify on that particular one, I think I did mean sensitive in that situation, yeah.
okay, very good. On page 51, under water resources policies, point 1, which shall be recognized and considered, I think we need to remove in, so it'll say, and considered during all stages. Under 3.3.4, water supply policies, point 4, and I wondered about this, the county may initiate, I wonder if we would require, are we actually initiating water monitoring programs, or are we requiring?
Through the chair, this is largely with Alberta Environment. We can have a situation where the servicing requirements require like a certain flow rate, but largely it's often with Alberta Environment, like in terms of the quality of the water.
So we could see a situation if, so residents were thinking that we would, that maybe their water has gas in it or something, we would initiate, like we would actually do it? Or we
No,
would require a third party to do it?
So in that case, so again, the quality of it, whether or not it's potable, that's through Alberta Environment. The only thing we could do would be, again, the flow rate of it. We do have, let's say if a new development is proposed, we would ask for a groundwater assessment. It would determine whether or not the well is appropriate. It appears to be working. I think this just allows that flexibility that if those problems do arise, we can establish a process in the future.
Okay.
I can clarify a little bit on that. I've seen it in other municipalities, where there's a development, and part of the concern of the neighbors may be monitoring wells for a couple of years, and this gives you the provision to be able to have that in there. Not necessarily put by the county, but by Alberta Environment might want to have that as part of their, like when you see it come back to us for their suggestions.
Yep.
At least that's what I think.
Okay. Okay. On page 53, under historic resources policies, under point 9, the county should consider promoting select historic resources as tourism, and so remove as opportunities. It should read as tourism opportunities. On page 54, under 3.5.1, and this is I guess for debate, leverage the county's abundant natural areas as a tourism attraction and investment opportunity while protecting its environmental significance or sensitivity. Perhaps sensitivity is.
Through the chair, I think that's intending sensitivity.
Okay. Under 3.5.2, the tourism visitation policies, point number 5 is a repetition of point number 3. And then just a question on page 55, the last point, number 9, environmentally significant areas is bolded. I'm not sure it's meant to be.
Through the chair, yes, in that case, that's referring to the definition of that one.
Page 56, managing growth, the second line of the first paragraph, while preserving the county's heritage. Don't think there needs to be a capital on heritage. Under page 58, 3.6.3, Hamlet residential policies. So the county may consider residential off-site levies to ensure the fair and equitable distribution of costs between the proponents. And I wonder if it should be recipients of all new and future growth. So if we developed a new area in a hamlet and we built sidewalks, I'm assuming we would maybe levy the rest of the community to pay for that. So they wouldn't necessarily be proponents, but they would receive the benefit of that.
Through the chair, so I think it would be proponents in this situation because the way levies work, they apply when somebody's proposing something. So if somebody's proposing to develop something, they're a proponent of some development, then the levy would kick in and they would pay towards it.
But would other residents who aren't necessarily proponents have that levy as well, or not?
Not if they're not developing, no.
No? Okay.
Maybe a consideration would be just have recipients or proponents or vice versa. It might just be kind of cleaner.
Then under commercial and industrial on the same page, 3.7, on the last line of the first paragraph, it says future businesses, and then there's an E. Just remove the E. The next page, 59, under 3.7.2, point number 2, there's 2 periods at the end of it. Page 60, point number 9, at the top of the page, ends in a period and then a comma. .10, Parks and Recreation on page 62, says, recreation parks and open spaces are an important part of communities. Residents value recreation opportunities along with parks and open spaces within communities, especially, and I wondered if it should say in the county's hamlets.
Through the chair, it could. Have a look at that one.
On page 64, this is reserve policies under point 4. For the sake of consistency, dedication of municipal reserve, maybe reserve should be capitalized as it is elsewhere. Page 65, again under 3.12.2, infrastructure and utilities policies. Point number 9, I was curious if this is, it's not a direct repetition, but it sounded a lot like point number 3. So point number 3 is all new developments shall connect to existing municipal services provided by the landowner developer at their cost, where and when available. Then point number 9 says all new planning or development shall be supported by new or improvements to existing municipal services and shall be prohibited if such improvement cannot be serviced or adequately maintained. Number 3 seemed clearer to me. I struggled with that one a little bit, but.
So through the chair, so they are actually 2 different things. Number 9 refers to if somebody's proposing a new development where area structure plans required to have servicing, they actually have to bring the water and the servicing to that site. Number 3 refers to if a development is adjacent to an existing pipe or it's just across the road or whatever it might be, as opposed to using a well, they would then be required to use that pipe servicing that's right, already existing.
Oh, I see. Okay. Should we clarify that, or does everybody see that?
Could you add where possible to 3? Oh, no, it says at the end where and when available. I think you would go there first and then work your way through the policy to then if where and when it's not available, they'd be required to bill.
Oh, I see. Okay, I understand.
Open to if there is a clarification though, for sure.
I'll leave it to your good judgment. On page 72, under 4.1, roles and responsibilities, I think after 1, 2, 3, 5 paragraphs, it just says combined with planning and development process below 3 times. I think you just maybe had placeholders for some things that got moved. Under, page 73, under 4.2.2, planning and development process policies. Policies is, spelt wrong under point number 2. Non-statutory policies, bylaw, and policies. It's polices. 4.4 on page 75, intermunicipal cooperation, Rocky View, I believe, is 2 words under the first paragraph. In the third paragraph, midway through, it says the intermunicipal referral areas is an area of the county. Should it just be area?
Through the chair, it would be plural because there's many IDPs and each has its own referral area. I guess it would be R.
Should it say, yeah, the intermunicipal referral areas are areas of the county. Under 4.4.1 of that, intermunicipal objectives, under point number 2, it says ensure, and then there's an E, and then adjacent. So I wondered if it should be development, ensure development adjacent to the county. Under on page 77, under 4.4.3, the very last line there, it says move to intermunicipal policies above. So I think that was another little placeholder that got missed. Same page, then under 4.5, financing growth and development, the second line of the first paragraph, these costs may be borne by the county, and then developers I don't believe should be capitalized, and residents should not be capitalized. And then last page, point number 7, proposed amendments to this plan shall be accompanied by any changes to, and there's a hyphen and then plans. I'm not sure if there's some kind of plans. Some kind of plans, maybe the land use bylaw and other related policies and guidelines.
Through the chair, it's a good question. I believe it might have been statutory plans.
Statutory,
We can look at the red line and.
Yep. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you for.
Thank you.
And then just
Boring spiel.
a couple of very tiny textual amendments, page 56. Under 3.6 residential, second paragraph, second sentence, as growth, just strike and change have to has. On page 65, just need right at the top under point 2, just an apostrophe for developers on that. And then there's 5 spots where we reference Alberta Environment, or like the old Alberta Environment and Sustainable Resource, and there's a couple where it did get updated, but I'm just wondering if it might be prudent with the changes to ministry names, if we might be able to make that Government of Alberta,
Right.
just in case might just provide clarity for residents.
Through the chair, that is a good point because I think they changed it again.
They did.
Forestry something, yeah.
Yeah. I think it is Alberta.
Agriculture and irrigation.
Well, I think it might go under Alberta Environment and Protected Areas now,
Oh, we're talking about
I
different.
think. But it could get, I mean, that could be amended again. So if we just say GOA, then it's clear regardless of what ministry it's under. And that was it. Were there any other textual amendments or edits to the MDP?
No, you got all mine. I accept the contextual amendment. Wording or, it's friendly, so.
And is all of council clear on the amendments to the bylaw?
I wanted to say that I think it's funny that, I totally agree with the concept of stopping fragmentation of ag land, but it's farmers that are, they're subdividing their land, and, they should be the ones that should be protecting it. But, I appreciate the fact that once it's gone forever, and so we do have a role to, yeah, I hate getting involved in people's businesses. But I do support what we're trying to do here. It's just a funny thing in my mind.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. We want to, I think, preserve landowner rights as much as possible to do what they can with their land. What I appreciated about the proposed amendment is that it's striking that balance where it's still providing liberty to do a relatively high number of subdivisions relative to other municipalities in Alberta, or many municipalities, but does maintain those larger areas of agricultural land. The one thought I did have to, just around like a larger subdivision and then perhaps only a smaller subset of that subdivided land being sort of taken out of agricultural production. There was the example of the 18-acre like subdivision, and perhaps only 3 acres are out of agricultural production. The risk when we approve those subdivisions is if ownership transfers, use can transfer. And so you know, initially you may see 15 acres of that maintained, but that may become more challenging, especially when you're interfacing with different owners and people that have different expectations. I do think, for the most part, we do a good job of ensuring that people have accurate expectations for interfacing with agriculture and that type of thing, which is really important. And then I did just want to add, because it does weigh heavily on me, that our development pressure does tend to be on our higher quality soil. My hope is that by sort of focusing that development into the already established ASPs, is that that will concentrate and focus it versus having it sort of more geographically dispersed, which can reduce pressure even on those agricultural producers outside of those ASPs. It's the development, but then there's also the interface issues, whether they're transportation or logistics or employee access or things like that, that can also impact our agricultural producers if they're trying to move equipment or cattle or things like that. So there's definitely no ideal, or there's no perfect solution, but to me, this strikes that balance. And so I did appreciate sort of the creativity of the proposal. And I also appreciate that there is flexibility integrated into the policies so that it's not a hard and fast thing. I did have just one question. So in terms of those areas that would be grandfathered, let's say, for example, where you might have 120-acre residual, 40 acres are in some way subdivided, and so you go back to that homestead question, because you've already obviously have had in excess of the 20, that the sort of the only, I shouldn't say the only, it's not insignificant, but they would need to redesignate is the...
Through the chair, potentially. It depends on what they're proposing to do. So what that means is if they haven't hit that 5 number throughout the quarter section, the ag policies wouldn't apply in that situation, but then it would go to whether it's the residential or the business policy. So again, if they're proposing some kind of residential use, maybe that's country residential. The business could be, you know, industrial general or highway or whatever, but it could also be ag as well. So if they're proposing an ag use on some sort of business, again, it's just up to them to provide that plan. Like, the ag use is fine, but here's what we're doing, here's why, here's our, you know, again, with these criteria. Yeah, so they essentially would apply these policies instead of the ag ones in that situation.
Thank you.
I'd be interested to, we sit down there and we look at this and we go, we don't want land fragmentation. But I'd be really interested to see what percentage of the 1 million acres that we have in Wheatland County that is actually going to be fragmented by subdivisions. Because we know where all the pressure is gonna be. It's always location, location, location. It's always gonna be on the west side of Strathmore, unless Strathmore gets a massive growth. So, you know, would be interesting to be able to track this, that what does this look like? We know what percentage is subdivided now overall in the whole county. So what percentage will be subdivided 20 years from now? Like what percentage all of a sudden comes out of ag land? Knowing the large producers that I have in my area, I have no worry that any of that land is going to be subdivided, unless there is so much money to be made from it that they will go and they will do like they're doing in northern Alberta, taking land that is not farmable right now, clearing it and starting to farm up there again, right? Which is adding more ag land, you know, theoretically. So it'd just be interesting for that exercise that we are able to track what percentage. I mean, we sit down there and go, it's probably not that big of a percentage, really, if you look at it, right? But I think it'd be a good exercise to do for the future.
I believe GOA does track. I think we've had a presentation to ASB on fragmentation of agricultural land, and they've shown the trends. I think it was at ASB.
I don't think it's like county-wise. I think that was Alberta-wise.
Alberta, right, okay.
Because there was surprisingly very little land was being lost because of what there was being lost in the Calgary and the Edmonton area were being picked up in the northern Alberta area.
Any other questions or discussion? We do have a motion on the floor. But don't want to limit debate.
Amber, you were right. I think you were right, Amber, and I think the Alberta government tracks not by designation, but by parcel size, if I remember right. And I think if it's 20 acres or less, they view it as fragmentation, not on zoning. And I think they did have a figure for Wheatland County, but it was a while ago. Memory fades.
Any other questions or discussion? I'll call the question, motion for second reading for bylaw 2022-11. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. I'm mindful that we're late for our 10 a.m. appointment, but why don't we take just a 5-minute break, and then if we can start our 10 o'clock appointment, and then we'll move to our 10:30. Call the meeting back to order. We're going to move to agenda item 2.21. Presentation from Dean Young with Strathmore Youth Justice Committee regarding the Restorative Youth Justice Program. Good morning.
I think I cleared the room. Good morning, everyone. Oh, no microphone, of course. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been here. So thank you very much for inviting the Strathmore Youth Justice Committee to speak today. It's actually an interesting time because there's both a philosophical and an operational new path, maybe not necessarily a new path, but a shift in how youth justice is delivered here in Alberta. So just some real basics here about our program. So we're based out of Strathmore, but we look at, or we encapsulate the offenders that come out of Chestermere, Wheatland County, some Rocky View County, depending on the location, but primarily Strathmore and Wheatland County. We take our cases out of the probation officer in Strathmore. So we're just coming out of our hiatus from COVID. We shut our services down just for safety of the youth and all involved.
However, we are now back taking referrals. So we've seen about 4 referrals since we've come back from COVID. And so basically, youth justice committees fall under the youth justice division of Alberta Justice. And I heard council talking about the changes in the ministries that have happened recently, and justice and public safety are no different. So we're still trying to figure out where we're supposed to be landing, but we still take our direction directly from the probation officer in Strathmore. Primarily, we look at more summary level offenses, the minor offenses, mischief, minor assaults, things like that. And we don't actually take referrals for serious crimes, sexual related crimes, violent crimes, and that sort of thing. So interestingly enough, I spent last week in Halifax at a national policy-driven conference on restorative justice that involved all levels of government and all sectors of government with respect to restorative justice. And one of the biggest changes that's happening is rather than doing referrals through a post-charge function where the youth is arrested, charged with a crime, attends court, and then the diversion tactics then kick in. So what that unfortunately does for these kids is it puts them in front of a judge. And the old way of thinking was, let's scare the pants off this kid, right? But that doesn't necessarily create the proper mindset specifically for kids that are coming in that are disadvantaged. So what we're seeing now philosophically from the government's perspective and corrections in general is pre-charge referrals. And interestingly enough, again, time-wise, the RCMP have entered into a pilot project with Alberta Justice and with various levels of government and individual communities where they are now trying to incorporate pre-charge referrals, which means when the police are investigating an issue, even if it's not necessarily a crime, they have the capacity to then take the child and refer them to whatever youth justice function that there is in the community. So Strathmore Detachment started doing this just a few months ago, where they approached our committee and asked if we were accepting pre-charge, which was amazing because pre-charge isn't new, but it's nice to see that there's more of an engagement for that now. But the Gleason RCMP detachment is entering into a structured pilot project with Siksika Nation with respect, again, to not having these children enter into the court system. The whole point behind diversion was to divert these youth from the criminal justice system. Well, the courts are part of the criminal justice system. So what we're trying to do is pull it back and get them right out of that court system altogether. So what will happen is we get the referral, the committee meets, we bring that youth to the committee. Hopefully that youth attends with a member of their support network, parent, grandparent, whatever. What we don't see, and this is one of the lackings in youth justice, is involvement of the victim. So our current youth justice programs that are diversionary in nature tend to focus more on the offender. And this is where most corrections and justice endeavors do end up, is they deal with the offender. And very often the victim feels left out. Now, there's a lot of different reasons why the victims don't participate. There's fear, there's a learned helplessness, like the justice system is broken and nothing's going to happen, and there's no reason for me to do so. There's a lot of emotionalism involved in the victim mentality. But what we're trying to do is develop a system that brings that victim into this meeting so that the offender can actually understand the impact that their behavior has had on that victim. And the philosophy of restorative justice is to bring the entire community together, all the parties that were harmed, because this is supposed to be restoring harmony in the community. So the intent is to bring family, local leaders, the victim, members of the community that might have been affected by this activity, and bring them all together and share that wisdom with this youth. That's part of how they grow away from the poor decisions that potentially placed them into this situation. It's not just a matter of, you did this wrong, okay, you said you're sorry, you did an essay, or you did community service, and that's it, that's over. That's not over. Some of these kids, and we've had some really good success with the Strathmore Youth Justice Committee, in that we don't see a lot of recidivism in the youth that come through our program. However, we're very limited in terms of what we can do for these kids to put them into an environment where they can learn and where they can recover, and they can develop the kind of respect for the community that they need to prevent them from doing these things. So one of the biggest challenges that we had with respect to trying to find activities for these youth to do is the liability piece. Back in the day when restorative justice first began, the victim would have them do yard work, or, if it was a shoplifting thing, you'd have to go and pick up garbage around the store, or, paint something, or, there was active engagement of the victim to get something from the offender in restitution. But now in today's corporate environment, the businesses don't want to do that because what if the youth gets hurt while they're on my property? And this litigious mindset that we have in today's society, where nobody wants to engage these kids and give them an opportunity to give back. So it's becoming very difficult for us to find things for these kids to do to again, plug them back into the community. One of the activities we get some kids to do, depending on their literacy rate, is we have a list of like 172 questions. They're self-reflecting questions. What we'll do is we'll give that package to them. We'll tell them that they want to answer these questions. We don't tell them it's only going to be like 3 or 5 questions. We give them the whole 172 and let them stew on that for a couple of minutes. And then what we'll do is we'll assign a few of these questions and then encourage them to sit with their family members, sit with their friends or their grandparents, or anybody that could help them work their answers out of them. But again, that doesn't put the kid back into the community. Right? That's something they can do at home. If they're involved in sports, we tell them they can do their community service by assistant coaching. Right? Develop some leadership. Get some kind of a humbling experience in there with respect to dealing with maybe younger kids, right, or their peers. But again, that's something they're already doing. It's not something that we're bringing them back into that community. And in fact, we had a couple referrals lately from a local municipality, and that municipality was the victim. It was a mischief charge. And that municipality stepped up and engaged those kids and gave them something to do. And in follow-up, they really gave those kids something to do. And the one offender, Sean, he outshined everybody's expectations. In fact, they were thinking of offering him a job because of the quality of the work that he did and the attitude that he brought to the table. So I'll just end in that we're trying to engage the community. We're trying to widen the understanding of really, truly the impact that youth justice has on a community level. It is so much less stigmatizing for these children to go through these situations because we've all made bad decisions. We have all made bad decisions. And in fact, in our referral meetings with these youth, the committee members that I work with, we are all very candid about some of our own issues and how we've just been fortunate enough not to get caught. Well, you got caught. So what are we going to do? How are we going to help you? How are we going to empower you to literally make better decisions so you don't end up in court, that you don't end up in front of that judge? Maybe you'll get a liberal judge that's going to take pity on you, but maybe not. I've sat in court enough to see that pendulum swing back and forth. And some kids lose out for a lot of different reasons, right? Coming from disenfranchised society sectors, coming from systemic racism. the court system that we have in place is damaged. So why would we put our youth in front of a damaged system when we could take care of them ourselves? Not to sound cliche-ish about, it takes a village to raise a child, but it truly does. These are members of our society. These are members of our community. And we have an interest in what happens to them. We have an interest in making sure that their decision-making is positive and contributes to the community's safety and welfare. If we don't, then we're just inviting victimization. So we have a very small committee, but we're not operating at a capacity. So I will leave that to your collective wisdom. We are available to speak to any youth justice matters that occur in the county. And I would invite you to consider embracing restorative justice processes here in the county to provide the county offenders an opportunity to give back. And I will take any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Do you, speak to, like, other, service groups and that kind of stuff? Like, would you be open to speaking to, say, the local Lions clubs and all this kind of stuff, just to get your message out? Because I think the message is, you're trying to get it out, so, and I don't know how you fund this operation or anything like this. Like, I don't know, is that something your group is open to?
In fact, tomorrow we're presenting to the Strathmore Chamber of Commerce. So we're starting to make inroads there. So basically what funds us, there's a grant that comes through. There's about 70 youth justice committees here in the province of Alberta. They're funded by Alberta Justice. However, it's a basic amount. We operate with volunteers. I'm a volunteer with the group. All of my members are volunteers as well. So, I mean, that's basically how we operate. The difficulty is, of course, I mean, we all have jobs, right? So, we meet, our referrals occur in the evenings, and trying to get the message out to some groups during business hours is very difficult. So if we were going to be able to do this on a grander scale, then definitely it'd have to, occur in the evening hours. But absolutely, we're 100% open to inviting our presentation to other community groups as well.
Thank you, Dean. This speaks volumes to me because I was that kid. It's a really hard process to go through. And I wouldn't be the man I am today had I not been through that. I'd be happy to speak to any kids.
Excellent.
First, and if you need any help, I'd be happy to sit on the board. Thanks.
Well, thank you for that. We've all done it. I mean, you all know, I was in law enforcement for 13 years. And I wish to have gone further in my career, but I didn't. And I didn't because of poor decision-making on my part. These are things that we share openly in these referrals, in these meetings with these kids. I think it's important for everyone, for these youth to understand, because they're kids. They don't have a lot of experience to draw from. Well, our committee is a wealth of experience to draw from. And it's important for these youth to understand the reality that we all make bad decisions. But they have an opportunity here to recover from that bad decision, where they're not going to go to court and they're not going to get a criminal record. And as much as they think that their criminal record will be sealed at 18, that is absolutely not true. With criminal records, they can't cross the borders. I mean, we live in a trans-global world now where everybody travels, right? Certain jobs that they want, right? Long-term implications of a criminal record or a criminal history. Anybody that wants to coach, this is the great thing when we're talking about these offenders that have aspirations for professional sports, right? Or, eventually they're going to have kids and they're going to want to coach their kids' teams. Well, there's vulnerable sector checks. So, you know, that criminal history will follow you regardless if that record is available to employers or not. So it's about broadening their understanding of the true long-term impact of that structural justice that we have that allows for no growth over the years. Right? So it's important that we at the community level manage this and divert these people. And I mean, we're a youth justice committee, we focus on youth, but that's not just the key focus of restorative justice. This should be applying to adults, trying to recover from a past that for many, many different reasons wasn't exactly a choice. How do we recover? I had a really interesting conversation with a fellow that was a Hells Angel. And I heard his story, his entire story that led up to him becoming a Hells Angel, and his life as a Hells Angel, and his experience in prison, and his recovery. Opportunities given. Well, why do we wait? Why do we wait until many, many people's lives have been adversely affected by this one person that had circumstances against them, bad decision, not bad decision, things went sideways? It doesn't matter. Bad things happen. But how many people can we prevent from becoming victims of this person if we just capture them this early? Seriously, a mischief charge. Is it the crime of the century? Absolutely not. But they get treated like it's the crime of the century because now they're in front of a provincial court judge. Right? Think about it from the perspective of an Indigenous person, right? That has heard nothing but horror stories about standing in front of that judge. Maybe they have the benefit of attending an Indigenous court and standing in front of an Indigenous judge, but how many don't? Again, why are we leaving this up to the government when we can take care of this ourselves? I just caught a little tiny piece of your social justice priority. Well, here we are. This is exactly how a municipality can embrace social justice and contribute to the actual social justice of diverting youth. We're not just diverting them from court. Really, truly, what we're doing is we're diverting them from any adverse experiences that come after that poor decision is made. And that poor decision will turn into more poor decisions if they don't receive support. This is the way that we do it. If you ask me another question, I'm going to get back onto another soapbox. I feel very strongly about this. My committee members feel very strongly about this. The provincial government is feeling very strongly about this because of our overloaded courts. The philosophy, the policies are changing from the federal government on down, and that was the goal of that conference that I was in. Feds are asking what they can do. The province is trying to determine what will get done, but the communities, we're the ones that put traction to these things. So you have an opportunity to do that here at Wheatland County. Strathmore Youth Justice Committee is 100% open to what we can do to help facilitate that process, truly facilitate that process in our referrals. So all we need to do is work with our local RCMP to move towards that pre-charge approach to restorative justice. I mean, again, we're strictly related to youth justice. But what a better way to prevent these kids from having to stand in front of a judge than the pre-charge approach? So with that pilot project that's going on, hopefully what we'll see is an organizational response from the RCMP from a detachment level to carry out these. And we're fortunate enough here within the boundaries of Wheatland County to have a number of different detachments that can funnel these pre-charge youth into our system and ultimately divert them away from that court system. So Wheatland County is very properly placed to wave the flag and to be a proponent, an open proponent, to taking back control over the justice that happens within the boundaries of Wheatland County. And we're here to help.
I think on behalf of council, I want to thank you and your entire group for what you're doing. Clearly, it has a profound impact on the individuals that go through the program, and I know that we will share this message throughout our community. Perhaps there's a way to do that on a broader level through some county communications. Council can explore that, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from different councillors for opportunities to share more broadly within the community and our service groups. If anybody has capacity to serve as a board member, I know that would be appreciated. Just want to convey our thanks for the impact that you're having in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, have a great day.
Thank you so much. Council wanted to entertain a motion to accept for information, and I don't know if there's an appetite for, Dean, do you have like a one-pager or something that could be shared in county, like if you're looking for board members or that type of thing, or do you?
I don't, but I'll put something together.
Okay.
Who should I send it to?
If you wanted to send it to Brian, that would be great.
I'll do that.
Thank you. I don't know, we could do a motion to accept for information, but we could also direct administration to coordinate just to share, like, say in the next county connector or something, information about the program. Might be good for getting that word out more broadly. Just a thought, open to council's wishes.
I'd make that motion.
To accept for information and to direct administration to coordinate the sharing of some information regarding the program and a call for board members or whatever they share in terms of communication.
Yeah.
Any questions or discussion on the motion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. My apologies that we are so late for our 10:30 appointment, but we will move to 2.22, Southern Alberta District Officer Superintendent and District Advisory Non-Commissioned Staff Sergeant. Good morning. We'll just ask you to join us at the microphone, and you can just state your names for the record. And we are in open session, and our meeting is being recorded just for information. Good morning.
Thank you. My name for the record is Rick Jane, Jane. Don't worry about the accent. I'm the Acting District Officer for Southern Alberta District, and with me is...
Morning, I'm Kevin Charles. I'm the District Advisory NCO for this area.
So knowing that you guys are tight for time, what I propose is just providing a quick overview and then open to any questions you might have. I can tell you that, within the Southern Alberta District, we have 36 detachments, and we are looking at where the communities are seeking to look at innovation around service delivery, at whether or not hubbing of two detachments that are obviously geographically next to each other, two or sometimes three, but generally two, makes sense. If that hubbing is supported, and I'll tell you right off the hop, the discussion of hubbing between Bassano and Brooks Detachment Area, which was not driven or didn't originate at the district level, but it came from one of the acting commanders, because we've had a series of acting commanders in Bassano due to the vacancy. They saw opportunities for what they believe would be better service delivery, and I will briefly tell you what those opportunities were. When we met with, and I apologize that because we tried to bring everyone to the table, but clearly Wheatland was not there, and it was just a preliminary conversation, and we did prepare a letter. It was an important conversation, but we prepared a letter to kind of continue the conversation. Bassano is the only person who's provided feedback to the letter so far, and they've said that they do not support the hubbing initiative at this time. They would like us to give an opportunity for the newly promoted detachment commander, Clayton Mamsher, who's a corporal, to take on the role as a standalone detachment, operating independently from Brooks, so that can kind of be allowed to reestablish itself, because they were very happy with the services provided by Sebastian, who was the previous full-time detachment commander, and we fully support that request. The only way that would change is if we hear from people like yourselves and other elected officials from other communities within the Bassano detachment area appealing for us to move towards a hub model. Now, to be clear, when we talk about hubbing, it's not about closing down Bassano detachment. It would be, and we're not actively pursuing that right now, although we haven't had the opportunity to communicate that to Jam, Hussar, and some of the other communities that were at that meeting. And we'll strive to do that in the coming days, because, you know, I don't want to, although I will be surprised if they have a very strong view the other way. I don't want to presume anything. What I can say is that the actual advantages that hubbing can offer some areas, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. It really does need to depend on the communities that we're talking about. One thing is it does allow us to, you know, create efficiencies around the resources between the two detachments by having a slightly bigger detachment structure, still with a storefront or satellite office, where you have a public servant working there and during, you know, business hours, and a rural NCO that was either, you know, that would have a role for being a liaison with the communities. And an example of that is we have hubbed with community support Bicyker and Airdrie, what was called Airdrie Rural, to an integrated rural unit led by a sergeant. And, you know, in that model, it allows for 24-hour policing, which, you know, can improve response times during off hours. It also creates a greater ability to attract and retain experienced police officers to the area because, you know, as much as, my first posting was Three Hills, Alberta, I lived in Three Hills, it was a wonderful experience. But smaller communities can be more difficult to attract experienced police officers too, because their spousal employment opportunities may not be as available. The other thing that obviously 24-hour policing offers is that you have a police officer on duty in uniform in a police car or near the police car if they're, you know, working out on a call, that can improve response times. We cannot require that people live in the actual home detachment during the on-call periods of operational readiness. However, we can require that they be within 45 kilometers. So in Bassano, though, effectively that means a large number of our constables there are recruits, and then they end up either living in Brooks or even renting a place in Bassano to sleep during their, because they're generally on call immediately after their shift, and then they're living even further afield, like Calgary, Medicine Hat, which, you know, in terms of us wanting to, as much as possible, have our members integrated in the community, creates a challenge. So at the same time, 24-hour policing is not a panacea. There are advantages and disadvantages to it. It results in having to spread your resources over the entire 24-hour clock. And in rural areas where, thankfully, the calls for service are a little bit lower during the late evening hours, it is not necessarily aligned. It depends on what the priorities of the community are. If the priorities of the community are they want proactive patrols that are happening at 5 in the morning, well, then 24-hour policing may help support that. But if the community's priorities are making sure that we concentrate the number of resources on hours where people are awake, they're able to see the community engagement, that they're able to, you know, visibly see the patrols happening, and we rely on an on-call model for the after-hours service, which is what I experienced in Three Hills, and what we still do in many places in the province. There are advantages to that as well. It really depends on the priorities of the community, the call patterns, and as I said, I think I just elaborate on one other point, because there's advantages and disadvantages to both models. It's not like anyone who supports X is clearly missing the point. It's, you can make a strong case for both models. And because of that, we really believe that the community, and I've been transparent with the mayor of Bassano, is that, you know, we considered him to be a valuable partner, but so are each of the other community representatives. And so if we had a situation where the majority of the residents in Bassano detachment area all felt strongly that it should be piloted, then we would come back to the mayor asking for his support to pilot it. But we're not in that situation today. And at district, we also see no matter what because policing needs to continue to innovate and evolve, but that doesn't mean change for the change's sake. And so, you know, we have some initiatives where, with community support, there has been significant, you know, Picture Butte detachment area and Coaldale detachment area, you know, has been actively piloting a hub model, you know, for over a year and a half. And they are in the process of getting renewed community support. They have community support to pilot it, and they're looking to verify the community support remains there. But that model where, and again, I want to be, it's not confidential, but like, there are different policing environments there. You've got a growing communities where now Picture Butte is no longer the biggest community, even within Picture Butte detachments area. Colehurst is as large. I think Colehurst is, the actual geography there, I want to make sure, but there are, in this case, Bassano remains the largest population center within Bassano detachment area. And so, and we recognize that there is a real value to, not just to the citizens of Bassano, but to the surrounding area, to having the sense of identity of a Bassano RCMP. And so, we had a conversation with, Clayton, the commander of Bassano detachment, and we, and as well as Gord Yetman, who is the commander of Brooks, and we just kind of, because there was a de facto, like an interim measure, we had a member from Bassano go on leave without pay. There's a corporal and 3 constables is the establishment of Bassano. So when you have one member on leave without pay of the constable group, that's 1/3 down to the constables. We had another member who's about to be transferred out, a recruit that's already at 2 months doing very well, but not yet able to police alone in Bassano. He's got to get through his 6 months, so we're 4 months away from that. And another member who happens to be on sick leave, although we hopefully it won't be for long. So they did need to integrate with the Brooks schedule just to make sure they could continue to provide service. But, based on the community feedback we've already received, we are looking to, as soon as we can, or right away, ensure that Clayton understands that the community is asking for him to be the commander, which he's excited to do. And so my hope is that he will be invited to one of your council meetings to introduce himself. And we look to, I guess, to just kind of continue to work as partners with the communities to ensure that the model continues to work. And that's why the conversation remains valuable about hubbing, and that's why I welcome questions even about something that we're not looking to implement right now, because it's only by knowing what the other alternatives are that we can be sure that we are continuing to maintain the best alternative. Other than those points, I would say, and I apologize, I know because you're tight for time, I've tried to jam a lot of information into a short period of time, but I am totally open and I'm not in any rush to leave in terms of answering any questions you might have. And I'll ask Kevin if I've missed something.
Just one, perhaps misperception that I heard, council respectfully may have had, is that if we had moved to the hubbing model, there was a notion that perhaps the resources for the RCMP or Bassano are being deployed out of Brooks, responding from Brooks detachment, right? So if there was a call in Hussar, you have to wait for a member from Brooks to respond. That is not the case. When we hub the organization, our org chart, we hub financial aspects, we hub schedules, we hub a lot of things, but we still maintain the zone policing. So what that means is that if we were hubbed with Brooks, there'd be one member there on shift 24 hours a day who is a Bassano member. That means they are in Bassano detachment area at all times. They're not deploying from Brooks. So if their shift starts at 6 o'clock in the morning, and say they're living in Brooks, they may very well be living in Brooks to Sears Point. That means if it takes 15 minutes for you to drive to Bassano detachment area, 6:45 you're out the door, or I'm sorry, 5:45 you're out the door, and by 6 o'clock you are in Bassano detachment area, and you're doing a 12-hour shift in Bassano detachment area. You're doing proactive patrols, you're doing community engagement, you're visiting the small towns, you're going to the Bassano detachment, you're doing all kinds of stuff. So rest assured that if we do move to hubbing years from now, for example, the member would not be swallowed up by the Brooks policing environment.
And I would add as well, the reason why that, and again, only if it was community-led, the opportunity of, say, Brooks, is that because it's a larger detachment with 24-hour policing, it allows for members to have more kind of work-life flexibility, but also allows them to have more growth for career. Like, so they could move within the detachment to general investigation section, which is the kind of detective unit, to community engagement. Whereas in Bassano, you're going to be going there normally as a recruit because we can't seem to get lateral constables. And although I will tell you, recruits can be very positive in terms of their energy and enthusiasm. And you'll be there until staffing, transfers you out 4 to 5 years. And they're even talking about potentially extending some of that time. But sometimes we'll lose members if it's too long in a small community, where they'll leave and go to another police service, Calgary or something. So we try to So there's no doubt that there are, but we are not gonna, and our members know this, while members' interests and needs are, we don't ignore those factors insofar as they impact our service delivery, they cannot be the driving factor. What has to be the driving factor is the community's needs. And the other thing I will say, an advantage of not doing this now, and perhaps never, but what I think the conversation may occur, in reasonable, at some other time in the future, but I don't look to have the conversation on a weekly or monthly or even annual basis, is that we have other hubbing initiatives, as I mentioned, going on in the district, that make sense, according to the communities and the members. And as we kind of, normalize those relationships, and Airdrie Rural, or Airdrie Integrated Rural Response, which is Bisker and the other parts of Rocky View County, is fully established. And there's lots of lessons learned, because the first time we tried to implement it, it didn't work as effectively, not just for the communities, but for the membership as well. It created problems. So from a change leadership standpoint, I am all for not trying to do too many. It was the local commanders who had acted in Bassano that came to the table. We had another commander who went in after that, who's now retired, that had a different perspective on it. So it is not black and white, clearly good or clearly bad. And so there's advantages, frankly, to learning more, and we'll share those lessons learned with our community partners as we learn them. I think those are the comments that I would make subject to your questions. And I appreciate the opportunity to meet you here today, because I joined the district in March of this year, and I've been acting in the district commander role since June, as Chief Daru, who you may have met in the past, is currently acting in the criminal operations office. But still I talked to him this morning, still very much engaged in the district as well.
Any questions regarding the information that's been presented?
So I just have a couple, and I understand that, so this is not really being considered at anymore, but I'm just wondering if, had you done a hubbing model, it would have been a 24-hour detachment at that point, but without, you can only run and then on call in the
That's right.
hours. And so, okay, so that answers that question. Okay. Then the other question I had was, if you were running it from Brooks, and say you have 15 constables in Brooks, would each of those take turns, or would there be a couple of dedicated people?
Yeah, so the model that we would generally, we do need to, sometimes you'll have a member go on sick leave, and we have to, but generally what you would look to do, and again, some of this does depend on the community input, the commanders, but we would look to, in our other hubbing initiatives, is try to have dedicated, zone policing where the members are assigned to that zone for a prolonged period of time. And by that, I mean years, ideally, subject to their career development and other things. But we wouldn't want to move someone from the Bassano zone, if there was a Bassano zone, to the rural zone in Brooks detachment area, unless there was a significant reason to do that, because the community relationships that develop and then local knowledge is really important. Now, I will also say, though, is that, one of the things that zone policing does, although it's not to say that we don't encourage our commanders to do it within, because even within a detachment area, there are technically zones, although they may not be thought of as zones because they're smaller. But we do, all rural commanders want to see their members, making proactive patrols, not just around crime, but walking down the main street of the small communities, talking to small businesses, stopping in at the council office. And we need to remind our police officers of that, because the calls you can become reactive in this job, because those calls can be demanding, but especially in rural areas, we know that fear of crime is correlated with, confidence in the police. It's not, and there is rural crime that's not reported as well as another issue, but it is not a linear relationship. It is also about how you feel you're being policed. And so the more we can do to do that, the more we can, provide good quality of life to our citizens.
I think the relationship part is very important, especially in rural and small towns.
Yes, agreed.
For sure. Mm-hmm. So if we're not hubbing, and so it is run out of Bassano, and the people are on call, they're required to be within 45 kilometers.
And my understanding, and I don't have there's a play-by-play of each individual member. My understanding is some members have chosen to, rent accommodations in Bassano, which, allows them to, after their shift, sleep be available to respond. I don't think they have a high call-out rate. They probably, maybe once a week they're getting called out, and oftentimes that's to like an alarm with no key holder, or an alarm with a key holder. But there are times it's an injury, accident, or other types of calls, including break and enter and other criminal offenses. So it really is, we can't predict what people will choose to do, and we hope certainly that some members will choose to live in Bassano. And some of that depends on, what their perception of the housing market is in the short to medium term, and it's challenging. A lot of times when they're new recruits, they come out of training with, relatively low income, with having no income, virtually no income for 6 months, maybe coming out of university where they have student debt, so they don't always have the financial ability to buy a house.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, I do. Go ahead,
I
Thanks
acknowledge
for
you.
the presentation and especially the clarification on the hubbing thing, because I'm in Division 7, so Bassano Detachment covers a large part. The village of Hazar is actually in my division border as well. So, I'm just wondering, is there a way we can get that message out more broadly in that area?
To who, the letter we shared is not a secret. And now, if that letter leaves unanswered questions, then we're happy to try to better address those questions. I want to be candid with you or transparent, is that when we were in that meeting, one of the things we heard from Hazar was they asked, well, if we're going to actually even look at this, why wouldn't it be Gleason, right? And that is one thing that, and that's a fair question. And so what I would say is, anytime if we are going to explore hubbing, the first step, and we've learned lessons from kind of our experiences before my time and during my time, our first step would be community consultation. And sometimes we'll come to the table with at least we may have done some of our own homework in creating a business case and understanding it, but we want to have community consultation. If the community consultation ends up, telling us that there's not this doesn't align with the priorities of the communities, well then we've just at least created a conversation and a greater understanding. Now, if the community actually had support for it, well then the next step would be to, further refine that business case based on the community input, and then implement a pilot according to the business case, kind of a pilot design, and run that pilot for a period of time, at least 6 months with milestones where we would get community input along the way, because we don't want to presume that just because it seems like a good idea on paper, that it actually is going to work the way it's intended. And so there would be a number, and 6 months might be the pilot phase, but even after that, you're probably looking at least another 6 months if there is even an appetite to recommend it. Because any service delivery change that isn't just an interim measure to deal with operations does require community engagement. It requires not just the district support, but the divisional support and what you guys call Justice Solicitor General, I guess would now be public safety, input as well. So we don't unilaterally, under the PPSA, that obviously, and we would be consulting in this case as well. While Brooks was, part of the initial conversation and said they were open to the discussion, it is not automatic. I mean, sometimes when we look at hubbing, especially when it's hubbing with a municipal detachment, there's times when, for reasons of the municipality's own kind of interests and needs, they decide, no, if you want to hub, that's fine, but we want it to not involve municipal resources, and we want to see a standalone. Brooks currently is a post model, which means that they're in Brooks Detachment Rural, the calls are responded to by both municipal and rural members, and similarly in the city of Brooks, you will have rural and municipal members based on who's on duty, who's available. And that model works well for Brooks, but there are other communities that want a different model.
Just getting back to your question about who's going to talk to Hazar, we've had a conversation with corporate manager, so he is getting his feet wet and getting out there, going to talk to the mayors, the councils, the towns, CAOs. So in those conversations and meetings, I anticipate that status quo message will be communicated.
Okay. So the village is its own entity in my division, but I'm having a town hall meeting tomorrow night for the rural residents of it. And if you could give me just a little blurb on that, that would be super, because I know the question's going to come up, because, even you guys go up as far as the Duck Lake area where I live, and that's, 30 minutes from Bassano, and of course everybody's here in Brooks, oh, well, but that's an hour, So if you can just give me a little blurb, that would be super, just in case, because I don't want to. It's really bad to say I don't know.
No, I understand.
Do you have a business card? I can send you an email with...
Sure, I'll get you one.
Also, just for the council's awareness, I am the advisory NCO I oversee 8 detachments in northeast southern Alberta, including Strathmore, Bassano, and Drumheller. So if at any point, I understand all 3 of those attachments fall under your purview, they have a chunk of Wheatland County. If at any time you have any concerns, issues that cannot be resolved with an attachment commander, I invite you to reach out to me via email or phone at any time, and get me engaged, and I will provide assistance. If you need me here at a council meeting, I'm available. So can I leave my business card with somebody for that information?
Absolutely.
One other thing I'd like to add, if I may, is to be, when you look at any changes in service delivery, there's going to be advantages and disadvantages. And so we've been transparent with the town of Bassano that while we would maintain a Bassano satellite office and, you know, that would be kind of a launching point for that zone, there is no doubt that from Bassano, like the residents of Bassano, the existence of a Bassano RCMP, even though they're responsible for the entire area and they're on a municipal contract, is a benefit. And so similarly with the integration of bicycle detachment area with Airdrie's larger detachment or other portion of Foothills County, you know, there's no doubt that I think and I haven't had direct conversations with staff, Sergeant Greg Tulloch, who's the rural commander for that integrated rural area, has spoken to all the communities, Urquhart, Bicycle, you know, Linden, Crossfield, and obviously Rocky View County, which kind of, because like you say, like envelops most of those communities. And what I think is my understanding, at least, is it's fair to say that Bicycle understands why the model has evolved that way. They would love to continue to have a Bicycle RCMP, but they brought, in terms of, and that's what the RCMP tries to do, is listen to all the stakeholders in the communities and serve, you know, based on call volumes, based on things, serve effectively the residents. And we don't want to treat Albertans that are different in Bicycle than there are in Rocky View County or in Crossfield. And so we look at, and in that area, and each area is unique, there's no doubt that along the Highway 2 corridors where we're seeing the most growth, and, you know, things that are along kind of out more east are not growing as fast. And so in terms of where we need our resources to be able to deploy effectively to the calls for service, it over the long term, like if we were to create a new integrated rural detachment, and we have committed to the communities that we'll have conversations when that time comes, it may be more like on Highway 2 and 9 or something like that, that allows for response east-west, because they go, integrated rural goes right out, you know, fairly far east, well, it borders Cochrane and the north goes to Mountain View County, but nonetheless, they have like Bicycle's on the far, once you do integrate it, it's on the far, relatively far east of the overall detachment area, but they have zones there as well. And Inspector Weir, who technically is the, you know, OIC officer in charge of, because currently integrated rural does report up through that chain of command, but they have a standalone commander, is very diligent in making sure that their annual performance plan and the quarterly reports reflect and have good metrics on community engagement, on patrols, because if it's measured, people do prioritize, and so we recognize the value of that. And we'll continue to do that even within a Bassano RCMP. That will be part of our advice to Clayton. And so, yeah, as Kevin says, we're excited. You know, I think having clarity from what the communities want is an important thing. So, and we obviously don't want to presume, but I got the sense from some of our communication that, you know, like by Bassano, rather, you want to make sure that at least you have a lot more information before there's any type of change.
Absolutely. Councillor Eichert, you had a question or comment?
I don't often get a chance to talk to a district commander, so the question has to be asked. About 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, the Alberta government signed a contract with the RCMP to provide upwards of 500 members, including civilians. And I'm just wondering, how is that progressing? Are you noticing, because if we can do anything on our end to pressure the Alberta government to live up to our end, how is that going? Because this all sounds like it's, to me, that we're short people, like everywhere, anybody that's running a business. So I'm just wondering how that's going, and can you give us any advice in order to?
Yeah, so you're referring to the new police funding model,
yes,
which has both resulted in, you know, a gradually increasing rate of pay to ratepayers or within non-municipal areas. And as you know, although it started out, when I started my career, it was at $3,500, and now it's $5,000 is the threshold for a municipality, and there's a different contract for over $15,000. In doing that, in collecting that money, they committed to Albertans, and they have lived up to that commitment with the RCMP to put that funding towards a certain number of policing resources. Each year, the police funding model, there's been a different allotment, and it's not like a 100 over 5 years or any, but we're entering into year 4, and we are working hard. We have seen, and in the first 2 years, I would say that the majority of those resources went to frontline constables and police officers that are doing frontline policing within rural Alberta. That was and remains a priority. And it's gone based on crime severity indexes and information about where the greatest need was. The issue with Bassano isn't resources per se, because frankly, the issue is that the geographic area that is the Bassano detachment area, no different than a very small municipal contract, and we have some of those, which is a corporal and 2 constables, and Langdon just got stood up because they crested the 5,000. You know, you need more people than the crime requires to just have a shift schedule that allows you to have, you know, coverage, because people need days off, they need to be able to go on training, there's going to be parental leaves, so all that. So we're doing a number of things. So one of the things we're doing with the police funding model that the commanding officer is, and this is just starting to come online, is creating a relief unit. So we're looking to create, you know, a 6-person relief unit that will be able to go and be targeted to areas where there's the greatest need based on what we would call a soft vacancy pattern, which is not when we have a hard vacancy, which is the position is vacant and there's no one associated to that position, well, then we seek to staff it and you're going to always in any organization, any business, have some degree of, you can never be fully staffed. But we have one of the lowest hard vacancy rates in the country. Our staffing and our CO and the funding that the province has given us has allowed us to stand up resources as quickly as we can from depot and other divisions. Soft vacancies occur from other things like parental leave, which, you know, a lot of our service is fairly young and they're going to be at childbearing age. Both men and women are entitled to parental leave, and so that creates some vacancies. We also have people that get injured in the line of duty, both physically and through mental health. Those sometimes create vacancies for a period of time. In those cases, those vacancies are not actually, they're not actually vacant, but they're not able to perform the services delivered. All police services face that, but all police services, frankly, do pretty much get resourced, assuming that everyone's pretty much there. But to answer your question clearly, we have been continuing to get and fill those positions. It takes time. It's not, as soon as the position's created, it's not like the next day, and we have to wait until we get the funding letter and all the rest, which we've received for this year. And so we're moving into year 4, and then year 5 will follow that. What I'm seeing, and so in addition to that, we've also seen some growth. Like we were given a district general investigation section. Each of the districts received one, and currently it's a sergeant and 3 constables, and it's anticipated to grow. It's been approved in year 4 to grow to a sergeant, corporal, I think, and 3 constables. So what that allows us to do is, rather than to try to set up a rural GIS unit in, you know, like across 4 detachments, doesn't give us the same flexibility as if there's a crime problem around whatever it might be. It could be graffiti, it could be around B&Es, it could be around, it could be, you know, another type of violent crime, but oftentimes it's rural property crime. And so we have 2 tools now that we didn't have 5 years ago, or I think it was about 5 years. First, we had the crew teams that were stood up before this government came into power, crime reduction units, which this government has continued to support. And so those are crime reduction units that go out and do both overt and covert work to try to target prolific offenders. We also have the general investigation section are detectives that will respond more after the crime's already occurred or to a pattern of crimes to do that investigative follow-up and put together a good core package that will allow, which I did and I know many members do in Bassano and other small detachments, but there are times when the complexity or the severity, like most detachments won't get an aggravated assault even every year, depending on the detachment. Of course, some get multiple. But when that happens in a smaller detachment like Bassano, having the support from a district GIS unit can be invaluable to ensuring that that person's held properly accountable. And I also say that some of the resources have gone into what's called the Community Safety and Wellbeing branch, which has resulted in greater, like, embedded resources in the district offices on all 4 of them to provide support for things like, there's district, integrated offender management. So looking to try to deal with, we're not looking at the prolific offenders only with a stick. I mean, enforcement is one of the tools, but so is prevention, getting them into better supports with, AHS, ADAC, housing, so as we can kind of disrupt that cycle of crime, which will prevent, and we're doing this very much in the rural areas as well as our municipal detachments, prevent that cycle of crime, which creates, all the challenges that come along with crime. So, yes, we are seeing the resources and they're being utilized. Obviously, we always, we recognize it's not just the police that need resources too. I mean, we partner with children's services and other agencies too that are, because we can't solve, the police can never solve, we're never best when we're working alone in a silo. We need to be partnered with other government agencies, including elected officials and community members, right, in terms of our community-based policing.
Thank you.
There was two other units that were created too in the province. One was called the Callback Unit, and one's called the PROS Data Center. Real quick overview. PROS Data Center is public service employees. They're in a call center. So essentially, if a member goes to a call for service, years gone by, they used to have to return to the office, go in front of a computer, type up reports, and they'd sit in the office there for an hour. With the PROS Data Center, they go for a call of service, deal with it, sit in their police car, grab their cell phone, they call this number, and they dictate the report. And then an employee will then go and update the file. This allows increase in visibility. It allows for a quicker return to service and time out of the office. We are seeing huge improvements. Communities reporting back saying, we're seeing the police a lot more in the community, a lot more visibility. Gleason is an example. They were actually top users of this service across Alberta. And I gave them kudos for it. And the members, I went there and talked to them. They said, we love it. We're hardly ever in the office. We're sticking out on the road more. So that's a huge benefit for policing. The other one was a callback unit. That's essentially staffed with a lot of members who may have some medical criteria which prevents them from being frontline responders. And what they do is they deal with low priority calls for service. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, somebody calls the family and says, I lost my wallet. Rather than calling out a member, they can go to a callback unit and they'll make contact with that person over the phone. These are for calls for service where police dispatch is not immediately required. Again, we're saving time for our frontline operational members from being tied up. All calls for service are important. I don't want to diminish any of them. We have to prioritize. Let's keep our members free for those high priority calls for service. So it's been fantastic across the province.
Any other questions?
Nice haircuts.
So on behalf of council, thank you for your service in this region and for your oversight of our detachments. We do appreciate the service from our peace officers and from our RCMP, all the detachments that serve the county. And we would just ask that if you can just remember all the rural municipalities that are impacted by sort of some of these governance decisions around how the police service is delivered. Even sometimes councillors have identified even outside of like the official detachment areas there can be impacts, but certainly with decisions like that there are impacts on rural ratepayers, and if we're informed and can engage, then we can also ensure that our ratepayers and residents and businesses are informed as well. So,
one last piece of news for you folks. I used to be the commander in Drumheller. I had an opportunity to come out here and talk to council on a few occasions. I understand from Officer Perman that there hasn't been a whole lot of engagement from Drumheller in recent times. There is a new commander. His name is Staff Sergeant Rob Harms, H-A-R-M-S. He just got promoted there. He'll be arriving in Drumheller later this month. And I've encouraged Officer Perman to reach out to him and invite him to have a meet and greet and hopefully have some engagement with Drumheller outside of the house there.
that would be great. Thank you.
That's where I'd seen you before. I knew.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Any final questions? Excellent. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for yours. Take care.
Thank you.
Just a note to council, we deferred our 11:30 appointment until 12, so that should free up enough time to do our 11 o'clock appointment.
I gotta use the bathroom
And do we know if Mrs. Stockwell is here?
Yes, she's in the lobby. We're just gonna grab her and get the presentation loaded.
Wonderful. Do you guys want just like a 2-minute break while we get set up? Yes, please. Sure. Okay. Good morning, welcome. How's everybody? We're wonderful. We are ready for you.
We stand here, right? Correct? Yes, absolutely.
Just take a chill pill.
We're just taking, We will. Okay, you guys want a coffee or anything?
We'll call the meeting back to order. If we could just start with a motion to accept the last presentation from the RCMP for information.
I will so move.
Councillor Eckert has moved. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We will move to agenda item 2.23. My apologies for us running late this morning. We have the Western District Historical Society representatives with us this morning. Welcome. We'll just have you join us at the podium. I will just remind, presentations have 10 minutes, and if you can just state your name before you speak. And welcome.
Thank you, Amber. Good morning, Amber Reeve Amber, and County Council. My name is Rhonda Stockwell. I've lived in this area all my life, along with Director of the Historical Society, Bruce Kleiber, Tom Sadler, and Lynn Fair. Okay? So we really appreciate you letting us come out here and give a little talk for our project that we're very excited about. And I wanted you guys to put a face behind our name. So at this time, I'll call up Bruce Kleiber. You have our package in your note, or you received our package. So Bruce is going to do a little overview, and then it will be open for questions. And we have historian Tom Sadler who will be able to answer anything you need to know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Reeve Link and members of Wheatland County Council, thank you very much for sharing this time with us today. As Rhonda said, we represent the Western District Historical Society, and recently the Society voted on a motion that gave us approval to proceed with a project that is sort of near and dear to us. It's a project that will research and digitally record 2 historic events in this area. And they are projects that were undertaken by the Canadian Pacific Railway in the early 1900s, from 1903 to 1944. They involved the irrigation block, and they involved the demonstration and supply farm as well. And those 2 projects, we feel, are not only important to the history and the development of this area, but to the history and the development of the prairies and of Canada as a nation. And so we want to research this and digitally record it so that it can be more present to the people that are here today and to the future generations of this area. Useful to the County of Wheatland, to the town of Strathmore, to the Western Irrigation District, to hopefully the Golden Hills School Division, the Marigold Library System, and others as well. And so we want to undertake the project by inviting the Wheatland County, the town of Strathmore, the Western Irrigation District, and others to become sponsor partners with us on the project. We estimate that our costs will be approximately $25,000, and we also are aware that there is a matching fund grant to the extent of $25,000 available, and so we will be applying for that money as well. So that in a nutshell, along with the video presentation that we've given you, is what our project is about. I don't know if Rhonda or Tom want to add anything to that?
Nothing at this point.
Okay.
Questions?
So we would be open to any questions that you might have.
Council, have any questions for the representatives?
I read through the information you gave, and it's very, very interesting, and I think it's well worth what you folks are proposing to do. I think is a wonderful idea, because you get an appreciation of how hard it was for this, and good luck, basically, for, if the Canadian government hadn't decided that they wanted to be closer to the 49th parallel, what would this area be? Because with what Palliser had said about it, no one would even be farming this area, right? Because they go,
That's right.
Right, somebody was saying it's inhospitable land, which are probably right, but, they fooled us into getting us here. Right? So, but yeah, no, it's wonderful, and this information, I will keep this, I will separate this out of my report and
Good, yes.
move it around, because it's good. Thank you.
What the Canadian Pacific Railway did here in this area with the irrigation district and the demonstration supply farm, I think it ensured their success and therefore the success of Canada. Because if they hadn't brought in the irrigation block and they hadn't had the demonstration and supply farm as an assist and education tool for the settlers that came in, I think, first of all, the combination of the two acted as a huge draw to bring people in. And then secondly, because so many people came, they were able to sell the 3 million acres that they were seeded between Medicine Hat and Calgary in record time. They were virtually sold out by 1919. So I think everything moved ahead. So I think that's well worth saving and and presenting not only to people here now, but future generations as well.
The scary thing is, if this hadn't taken place, this all could be a part of the United States, because they were encroaching on this area. So that's something to really to consider. Tom, would you like to say anything?
The only thing I really did notice was I just wanted to thank you for hanging my photograph on your wall.
Oh, wow.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm the person that took that photograph years ago.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, thank you for sharing your talent with us.
Are you in that photo?
No, I took it.
Who's in there? Who would be in there?
It's, people from various different places, but Three Hills, Biscayne, Canna area. My brother's probably in there somewhere.
Wow.
Great, yeah.
Any other questions? I have one question. Have you approached CP Rail at all about any potential sponsorship?
That's a very good question. All right. So this was attempted once before in the 1980s through the town of Strathmore. Their main thrust was to reestablish the farm as a working farm, and also the irrigation headquarters, which were present at that time. Okay, so they assembled a group. There was the town of Strathmore. They were going to buy the land. The Canadian Pacific Railway was going to be asked to contribute some money. The province was going to contribute, and the federal government was going to contribute as well into this project. And they all sat around the table and nothing happened, okay, because nobody moved. And it was a time sort of like today, the 80s, nobody had any money, okay, whether it was the province, the feds, or individuals. It was a very difficult time economically, so nothing happened. And the project, we even got down to I had an agreement with the town, and then they told me they couldn't buy the 80 acres out of the North Quarter. So I said, fine. I subdivided where the buildings were. I said, buy the buildings and option the rest, and they couldn't do that. So I finally ended up saying to them, if you'll guarantee me that you'll spend $300,000 restoring the buildings, I'll give it to you. They give you the 10 acres to get you started. And they couldn't do that either. So it just virtually went nowhere. This time, we're trying a different approach, with the project altogether. We're hoping to make it self-sufficient. And, but as far as the video is concerned, that hasn't been tried before. And so we want to do that. And we've even had some people express an interest in a book. There have been lots of articles written in the past about the farm and about the irrigation district, but no one has sat down and actually put it together. So this is one side of that, I guess. The other side is to do a book. I don't know if that answers your question.
There would be council support for it, but if there were council support, would the society be open to perhaps a joint letter? We have an intergovernmental liaison with CP Rail. Perhaps we could do, and this is only if council is in support, but a joint letter requesting potential financial support from CP. I think there would be value in CP to preserving their the history as well.
Yes, well, right.
Well, it's all of our history, really, but they were pivotal in, you know, establishing this area and with other organizations, as you have pointed out. But, yeah, it's just a thought.
Oh, we would be very happy if CP was willing to participate. But we thought with the local support, that would be more of an incentive for them to participate rather than going to them first of all.
Any other questions? Do you have and maybe
Amber?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Baker.
So I understand where they're coming from CP, is the fact that they take so long to get anything really through to their head office, and it really holds up a project. Just knowing from experience from down at Aspen, it you know, they may come through in the end, but I don't know, is there a timeline to this project other than ASAP?
Sorry?
Is there a timeline?
Is there a
Councillor Baker was
timeline?
wondering if there's a timeline, and that's actually,
Is there a timeline for the
I
partners?
was trying to recall if I
Well,
had read it.
the matching funds, the application has to be in by February 2nd, I believe, of 2023. So we're working under that timeline. We're saying we'd really like to put all of the supporting partners together before that time. And the main ones are the town of Strathmore, County Wheatland, Western Irrigation District, and some others that I've named there. And there may be even some others, maybe some corporate sponsors as well. We're trying to get as many people involved so that in case we don't get the matching funds, that at least it's not a huge expense for any one party.
Yeah, and I would agree with the letter, but I do believe that they do take a long time to CPR to get through to them and to get and come together, just through experience, and no fault of maybe if they're a big corporation.
So what is the ask?
The ask is that you join us as a sponsoring partner. We don't have a specific fund or amount of money that we can ask at this time. As I said, our estimated costs are $25,000. If we can have 5 or 6 sponsoring partners in that, then that cost drops. And if we do qualify for the matching funds, it drops even further. All right, so that's the basis that we want to go forward. We want to know that we have support. We have the support of the town of Strathmore. We want to know that we have that support from Wheatland County. We're going to visit the Western Irrigation District and others as well. So
just to be clear, we're looking at $25,000 is sort of where the baseline
Total.
is.
That's right, that's correct.
Okay, so the ask could be up towards $8,500 if you only get three people, like three groups.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's,
But if the total cost is 25 and you can get matching grants, so you really need to get 12,500.
Then it would be, yes, it would be half.
So
Cut everything
between
in
three or
half.
four partners, it'd be $3,000 or $4,000
Right.
per sponsor.
If we can get the matching grants, then we may open up that we can look at having this book produced.
Okay, so you're actually, okay, I see.
Yeah.
So you're actually looking to get from sponsors 25,000.
We're saying that's the bottom line. That's what the Historic Society has contributed, to. That's what they voted their motion on, right? It cost $25,000. That's the project cost.
If I could, also remind councillors that we are out of the Canadian Badlands, and this is very big for tourism, promoting our area, and it would be promoting the whole area. We contributed 5,000, I think, in general, to the Badlands every year. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Bigger. Well, we'll take this information, and often when we have like a potential financial implication to the county, we will direct administration to prepare an RFD, just to look at the budgetary impacts to the taxpayer, those types of things. As well, council can just explore different potential options for looking at either corporate sponsorship to assist as well, or we do have some phenomenal community groups as well. But this is certainly something that I'm hearing some support for around the table, and we can take this information and look at what we can do with that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks so much for the time.
Before you go, have you presented to the town already?
Pardon me?
You have presented?
We have presented to the town, yes.
And they have offered support, but no
And-
commitment?
Yes.
They are going
We
to
don't have-
do their budget deliberations, I believe. Mayor Fuel said about the third week in November.
Fair enough.
So we won't hear anything.
Yeah.
But they're aware of it,
Okay.
and we're on their radar.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for taking the time. We appreciate it. Thank you for all the work you do.
thank you.
We did defer the 11:30 appointment to 12, so I think we could move into the committee room for that session. Yes, so I will move us into closed session. Is any councillor opposed?
I'm not opposed, I do have a 12 o'clock phone appointment. I didn't realize we were gonna be late, so I will have to step out, but I'm fine with the meeting the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Not hearing any opposition, motion is carried. We'll move into closed session. There's a motion arising from closed session. Council's wishes. I believe there was some discussion around directing administration to direct legal counsel to send a second demand letter, including outlining, I don't know, how much detail do you require? Outlining options should the demand letter not be responded to in writing?
Yeah, that would be fair.
All right, I can make that motion.
And did we want to specifically address the costs? There was some discussion around that. I'm at council's will, like the costs recovery, the seeking.
Sorry, say that again?
Do we want the letter to address the seeking of cost, recovery of costs? There was some discussion around that.
Say either recovery or shared costs equally.
Would you be comfortable starting with the recovery of costs? I think. Is that enough detail and clarity for the motion?
Yes.
And can I just confirm, do we have Councillor Kester and Councillor Bigger online?
I'm online.
Yes, I am.
And I would like to I'm online and I would like to have a recorded vote, please.
Certainly. And Councillor Bigger, you were there?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Is all of council clear on the motion? Had a request for a recorded vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'm in favor.
Oh, sorry, I guess open the floor for discussion first. My apologies. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Laprise.
In favor.
Councillor Bigger.
In favor.
Councillor Eichert.
In favor.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Laursen.
Opposed.
Motion is carried. We have a (1:00) session regarding compensation review report. I will move us into closed session. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move into.
Do I have to go back onto that other, Teams
Yes,
thing, or
if you could move on to the closed session line, please, Councillor Kester and Councillor Bigger.
Yes, the one that we had just used, that's still open.
Okay.
Afternoon. We've moved out of closed session and we'll be going back into open session. Council's wishes regarding the Western and District Historical Society presentation.
I'll move to accept as information.
Councillor Laprise has moved to accept for information. Any questions or discussion?
Will this be coming up again in budgeting? Perhaps?
Councillor Bigger, we were kind of tossing around just potentially exploring, like possibly council collaborating with potentially a Lions Club or a service group to do some type of fundraising. I wouldn't mind if council is willing to also put forward a letter to CP Rail, just exploring if they would contemplate any corporate sponsorship, recognizing that that could take time. I don't know if you would consider an amendment to your motion, even just for the letter. I think the volunteer stuff we could explore outside, whoever's willing to assist with that.
I would accept a friendly amendment to include that administration, we direct administration to draft a letter to CP Rail.
Requesting consideration of corporate sponsorship. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah.
Is any councillor opposed?
Yeah, hold that. Can you hear me?
If you can try and speak just a little bit louder, Councillor Kester.
Can you hear me better? Let me see, I'll push this button. How's that? I would like to see they're looking for more or less a definite answer too, if we're going to support them or not. I would be in favor of supporting them monetarily. It's not a great lot of money. Yeah, we can ask other people, more people involved, greater it is. But I think this thing, when they're done, will be a huge asset for our community, for anybody who's moving here, and for our schools. It's how we built the place. I'm in favor of supporting this outfit.
Yeah, and that's definitely an option, totally at council's discretion. I don't know if everybody could hear. Councillor Kester indicated an interest in considering financial support now from council.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I would say that it'd have to go that Strathmore matches our funding, because this is a bigger part for benefit to them as well. And they've had this presentation, and my understanding is that they're going to look at it at budget time. So if we were to do that, I would request that Strathmore match it.
Does anyone have any ideas around a dollar number that you're contemplating? We would need advice from administration on, I guess, depending on how much it is, where we could pull it from. I know we have donations to others.
We do have donations to others. I feel like that amount, there's some room in there for sure. I'm not sure if I believe the ask was 25,000. One thing I wasn't quite clear on the presentation, and I think council did ask the question, was if that matching grant that they were eligible for would reduce the total requirement down to 12,500. Did it?
No, they were, Rhonda specified that the 25,000 is what the minimum would be, and that the 25,000, if they get a matching grant for it, then they could do the video. Or, 25,000 would do the whole thing, but if they got more than 25,000 total with matching grants and that kind of stuff, then it would go towards, producing a book.
Council could consider a donation of a third of the 25,000 if that's what they're considering. One thing to note as well, that could actually assist council in their strategic priorities with economic development. We have done presentations to developers and just kind of outlining the history to some developers. We did a presentation a couple weeks ago to RMA that talked about just the history of the county. So it is a relevant topic, and it is an interesting topic as well. Council could make a motion to match the town of Strathmore's contribution up to a total of, I don't have a calculator, but
8,300 was one third.
Yeah. That could be a
Twice.
that could be a donation, or a considered amount. So council would be up to a third, because I do believe the presentation did note the other two main parties would be the WID and the town of Strathmore.
So we have one motion in front of us, which we should vote on, and then we add in.
I wonder,
Or do we add the number?
would administration recommend rescinding that original motion and putting forward a motion?
I believe the motion was to accept as information. Council can always accept a presentation as information and then make an additional motion, if desired.
Okay, and I think you had agreed to the amendment regarding the letter, so we could address that first, and then we could do a second motion regarding a donation. Sure. So we currently have a motion on the floor to accept the presentation as information and to send a letter to CP Rail requesting consideration for corporate sponsorship for this project. Any questions or discussion on that piece?
I just was wondering. Sorry.
Yep, please go ahead, Councillor Bigger.
Just before you call it, with the letter, would we maybe ask, well, I guess we haven't made the motion to accept any money yet, but to, like, match what we're putting into? Or is this complicating it too much?
We could do,
I think if we can just get a correspondence, start a conversation with the CP would be I think that's the very best we can hope for, and then hit them up for money.
Sure, I agree, okay.
yeah, I guess depending on their response, we could bring it back. I see it more as sort of a facilitation role of, just because we do have a good contact with the governmental relations, CP Rail individual.
I see no harm in if there, a motion gets passed for monetary funds, that you could include that in that letter and say that we've committed X, possibly the town has committed X, and you could be a partner in this, and they could be successful in doing this.
So, but if the town decides that they can't afford it, then the whole thing falls apart? That would be unfortunate.
Well, we will address that at that point, right? You always come back.
I guess we could come back with a new resolution to.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
It's a prime candidate for intermunicipal collaboration. It's worked for both of us.
Mm.
I mean, the presentation that we saw is the whole reason people are living here, including Strathmore. Probably way more for Strathmore than here population wise. But, yeah, I can't see why if they're not there, they should be, but I can't speak for them, so.
No, exactly. This is my point.
My personal thoughts would be, if we're going to make a contribution, to not necessarily make it hinge on the town of Strathmore, but I did hear you earlier say like to challenge them to match it. I like that language more for us to make a commitment. And the only reason I raise that is because if the Historical Society is looking for other grants, to have a commitment from us that is not conditional may assist them in pursuing those grants. And also just for project planning and that type of thing, because it would be very uncertain. And I know our budget process can take a significant amount of time. Some municipalities do not complete their budgets like prior to the next fiscal. So like sometimes there are delays. And I just personally would hate to see that impede the progress that the society could make. Just my personal thoughts. The motion, though, is not regarding the financial piece yet, though, but I guess related with the letter. At this point, I think the letter would just be requesting consideration for the financial support, and then there could be follow-up in terms of an amount, if I'm kind of following the discussion so far. Any further questions or discussion regarding accepting for information and sending the letter to CP Rail? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll make a motion that the county fund the $25,000 ask to 1/3, and we challenge the town of Strathmore to match it.
Okay. So for clarity for the motion, the contribution would not hinge on the towns, but we are challenging their council to match our donation of the $8,333.33 from donations to others.
May council also consider potentially inquiring with the WID their status of it as well, if the WID is 1/3 of the contribution?
Would you consider an amendment to also challenge the Western Irrigation District?
Yes, I will accept that amendment.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, everybody. We will now move to 2.31. Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership Grant Application.
Good afternoon, Council. Brian from Administration. Here to present the RFD, the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership Grant Application. One requirement of this grant is for Council to pass a resolution directing administration to apply for the grant. This grant would be, administration is looking to apply for this grant for costs related to the West Side Servicing and West Side Servicing Study. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Council's wishes.
I'll move the council direct administration to apply for a grant from the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership for study and project costs related to the West Side Servicing Project.
There's a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.32, West Side Servicing Evaluation Factors.
Good afternoon, Brad Bullock presenting. So recently at the Committee of the Whole meeting, Council was presented with the progress report on the West Side Servicing Study. During that presentation, some of the assessment factors were presented that goes into the decision matrix as part of that report. Council did have some comments on that, and it was talked about to bring that back to Council for their review. And so that's what this report is. The any feedback that Council does have on those assessment factors, as well as the weightings assigned to those assessment factors, we can take back to our engineering consultant for inclusion in the report per Council's direction. Once that's completed, those will be included. The next step, November 22nd, is to bring back to council an updated presentation from the engineering consultant of the West Side Servicing Study. Afterwards, in December, submission of the final report is the plan. So these on the second page of the handout there, or maybe third page. And then the page after that shows the factors going into the water option reviews and as well as the wastewater option reviews. So what these are, each of the various options that are being considered for water will go through this and they'll get rated per these assessment factors. The rating there, or actually what's called a ranking on this sheet, will then get weighted according to those numbers that you see there as the importance factor. And so this is just a presentation to council. It was felt that some of these assessment factors as well as the weightings may be of interest for council to review. If council wants to accept them as is, then that's fine. We can move ahead with them as they are. But if council does have any recommendations for changes, we're here to hear that feedback.
Any questions?
Just for clarity, importance factor is 1 the highest or 10 the highest?
10 would be the highest, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so something, through the read, something that say ranked a 10, and if it's weighted a 10, it'll get scored as 100. Likewise, if say something that's weighted as a 5 and gets scored a 10, it will have a result of a 50 weighting in the overall scheme of things. And so essentially something with double the weighting will have double the weight when it comes to ranking these things, you know, in comparison to the other ones.
Council's wishes.
For me, environmental impacts being a 10 would make it very expensive. Because you can relate, anything you do affects the environment. So I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying I don't know if it's, for me, if a 10 is important. Because if you look at 10, you'll never do anything. You just leave it the way it is. That's just, as soon as you touch something, you've changed the environment on it. So it's just me. I would be like happier in the 8s and 7 range. Like it's still important, but I don't think it's right up there. That's just me.
Brad? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please, Councillor Kester.
I look at environment as fulfilling our obligation under Alberta Environment. I'm not in favor of doing more than what Alberta Environment does, but just to do what we need to do to get our license from Alberta Environment. That I would give a 10, nothing more. Can you explain, Brad, how you do it?
Yeah, through the read. So any project that does require the regulatory approvals through AEP or other environmental regulators, we would of course need those approvals in order for final approval of any project. I think here in terms of environmental impacts, you would rate this in terms of the difficulty of potentially getting those things approved. And so something that is considered a project that would maybe impact a highly sensitive area of the county, right? An environmentally sensitive area of the county would receive a less favorable rating than something that doesn't have those or is projected to not have those impacts. Part of the reason it's rated so high is only because those impacts can have a significant impact on the success of a project. As compared to others, so that's partly why it is rated so high. But certainly we're open to whatever feedback.
So it's a more pragmatic, kind of practical implications of environmental impacts versus just the sort of principle. Yeah, I mean, it almost goes hand in hand in terms of it's
things that do have higher impact on those sensitive areas would generally have a higher environmental impact and would also be more difficult to get the approvals for. So it kind of touches both of those aspects.
Any other questions or any requests for any changes? Are you comfortable leaving it with a 10, or would you still prefer to see that changed?
No, that's fine.
For me, the piece about the success of the project, like that really makes sense to me. Council's wishes?
Make the motion that council approves the West Side Servicing Plan evaluation factors as presented to be used to evaluate servicing options for the final West Side Servicing presentation to council.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.33, request for tree pruning.
This is just an item from Councillor Kester. So Councillor Kester, I will let you take the floor on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I was on mute. Yes, I got a request from a ratepayer in Rosebud to trim a tree. He's trimming his trees. He's got a couple. He wants to take one right out. It's on the road going up the hill. To the new development, to the new subdivision that were approved there. Anyway, one of the trees is right in Wheatland County right away. And he has asked the tree pruner to give him a quote, which he did. And he's asking for county consideration to pay for it. He asked the county pruner was in town to come and look at it, but he said he must have been busy. He didn't come and look at him. So yeah, I'm just I think you all got the email from him. If there's any questions, I'll endeavor to ask. It's on county land, so usually the county just pays for everything that's on county land. He's offered that he would pay half. But I think that's a dangerous maybe precedent to set that ratepayers are paying half of that. But I'm open to questions. Got a picture of the trees there. I'm thinking you got that too.
I didn't get a picture of trees.
Any questions?
Well, I got one here.
Question to administration. We have somebody, if this tree's on county land, we have somebody that trims county trees, right? So how fast could we get somebody out there just to take a look at it, just to cutting a check blindly on what needs, which may or may not be, somebody might be under the wrong assumption that it might not even be on county land, that I think we have to take responsibility and have somebody from the county take a look at this to make sure that this is, in fact, and if it is on county land, then it should be a county responsibility, I believe.
Yeah, we, administration can go take a look, at this. The first notification we got was yesterday from, the email from Councillor Kester.
Yeah, we talked about it prior, but it was yesterday he finally got me a quote. So it just happened. It was yesterday, yeah. I agree with Tom. Maybe we should send somebody out there. I'm pretty darn sure though it is on county land. And we do have a quote from a reputable tree arborist, I guess, so we could use that, or we could get our own back out there. At least this way it gets done if we get this guy to do it. But normally, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, if trees need pruning in the county, administration just looks after it, doesn't really come to council, does it? Which
Yes,
trees
that's
to
correct.
prune?
Usually it's just an administrative function. We can usually just take care of it. So if, we can contact, Mr. Snyder and, work with him and see, which trees are, the responsibility of the county and get those, cleaned up.
Yeah, then we can clean them up totally on our dime, and he can look after his own trees.
Question to administration, do you need a motion for that?
I would say this is operational, so no, but council definitely could pass a motion and get us to inquire. We can follow up with council, whatever council would like to do.
Councillor Kester,
Being
it's
it's
at your
on-
discretion.
Being it's on the agenda and we've talked about it, I would just make a motion that administration look after this in their usual competent manner, period.
There's a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 3.1. My report is in the council package. The only thing I'll expand on, the Badlands Historic Museum Society, I did receive a letter from Louise Henriksen, which is included as an addendum that was just received after I had submitted my report. In that you will see a request for funding. I had referenced to Mr. Solberg that we do have some programs in place where societies and nonprofits and community groups can apply for funding through our CURB program. So just so that council knows what I had shared when I was at the event. It was very good. There was presentations from several 4-H leaders at like a provincial level, and the benefits obviously that 4-H brings to our region, to the youth. And then there were some discussions around potentially using the museum and combining that with the 4-H programs to sort of leverage the 4-H youth as ambassadors, and as well to have a place that would commemorate agriculture and some of the history around the agriculture in the region. The primary ask is funding for a roof for the museum. It's in need of replacement. I'll just bring that to council's attention. A really good event put on by the Chamber of Commerce. They're hosting tourism during Small Business Week. I'll let Councillor Laprise speak to that more. And the Hope Bridges and Wheatland Crisis Society events were both very well attended and huge successes in the community. So it was a privilege to be there at those. I will move that my report be presented as information, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Then I guess I'll just ask councils if there's any direction anybody would like to express regarding the Western District the Badlands Historical Center. I wouldn't mind just being able to follow up with Mr. Solberg and Ms. Henriksen, just to follow up on their correspondence, depending on the direction of council.
Well, I do see that it supports our objective of increasing tourism opportunities. It's not exactly within our borders, but it's agriculture focused, which is what we're talking about. Our tourism should be agribusiness related, agriculture related. I do think that some of these requests should go through CURB. Yeah.
Yes, one other piece of information I will just share. The Mayor of Drumheller and the Reeves of Starland in Nehill County were also in attendance, and we're going to be bringing this back to their council. Reeve Wanstrom from Starland and Mayor Colberg both had they thought there was fairly high probability that their councils would support. Starland had already allocated some funds, I believe, to this center, not necessarily designated for the roof. It was for another project, but they thought they could reallocate that because this was a somewhat urgent request.
Well, given its alignment with the MDP, I will move that council direct administration to contribute $5,000 towards the roof of the museum.
Administration feels strongly about that.
Right, hey?
Maybe Corey was just checking the donations from others, GL. Can administration just clarify if there would be room in the donations to others?
Yes, there should be.
Open the floor for questions or debate.
I'm just sorry, like, I'm not opposed to this. I'm just, how do we tie our brand into this? Like, is there gonna be something there that says, you know, a banner, or badging or something along that line, or, you know, I just wonder, has that been thought of? Was there any discussion about that?
That's a great question, and I apologize for not sharing that. I'm just finding my notes. I believe there was reference to that. We could confirm, but I believe that there was an indication that there would be recognition for any sponsorship from municipalities for the project. But we could clarify that for sure. I don't anticipate that being an issue. We would probably need to coordinate, like facilitate with logos and that type of thing, but. I don't know if we want to add that to the motion just to inquire.
Well, I would assume that they're just they'll reach, like, once they do, they will reach back out to us and tell us what our donation has accomplished, right? So, and what we're gonna get from that donation, right? I don't think we need to bring it out into that. I think when the money's handed over, we just ask that, you know, ask them what they're gonna do for recognition of the county for this donation.
Yeah, just
Any other
ask for
questions?
information. Sorry.
Councillor Biggert, did you say bring it back for information?
No, I said ask, when you give the money with the letter, just ask for more information or give them the contact person for any promotional items that they might need.
That's a good idea. So to provide that with the donation.
Right.
Is everybody clear? Would you accept that as an amendment?
I will, yes.
Okay. Is everybody clear? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.2, Deputy Reeves' report.
Thank you. My report is on page 178. The only thing I forgot to put on here was a meeting with the town that I noticed everybody else put on, but I did get it on my timesheet. Yeah, if there's any questions, please ask. If not, I will a motion to have my report approved as presented. My computer just died.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve Clausen? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.3, Division 1 Councillor Report.
So my report is on page 179, and I guess I'll just point out, Wheatland Housing Management Body meeting. So we had, just as a piece of information, we'd voted to have Alan Larson sit on our board, as he has extensive fundraising background and with the province. He's now, we've agreed to give him a leave of absence just because he's unable to participate currently, but we do hope that he'll return soon to the board. We briefly discussed the Altus report, which was a report giving evaluation on the existing lodge building. And I don't think this is confidential information. Anyways, it was it's valued at $9 million, so that's great news. Discussion on that was tabled until the next meeting, though, because most people hadn't received it or hadn't read it. And then the Chamber of Commerce, yes, we had our Toasting Tourism event, which was October 21st, a Friday. They had a breakfast with Mayor of Strathmore and our Reeve, and then they had different speakers, which were, I was only there for the first one, sadly. I had another engagement, but it was the economic, I can't remember his title, Jeff Persons, I think is his name. He works for the town of Strathmore, and he was talking about their goal for increasing tourism in Strathmore, and they think the best value would come from people driving back and forth east and west through the community, not necessarily looking at international tourism or trying to attract people who are coming here and going to Banff, but to just try and get people that are maybe from the east side of the province to come and spend some time there. So I think that's a smart idea. But yes, it was a good event. It was the first of its kind for Small Business Week, and I think we'll build on the success of that one and have an even better one next year. And yeah, we attended also the Strathmore Crisis Center Masquerade Gala, which was a huge success, and kudos to them for putting on an amazing event and raising lots of money. So it was very good. And that's my report. I'll move it to be accepted as presented.
Any questions for Councillor Laprise? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.4, Division 3 Councillor Report.
Yes, my report's on the server. Not much to add. Sorry, I missed the tourism one on Friday. That was too bad. Yeah, I'll just move my report as presented.
Any questions for Councillor Bigger? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 3.5, Division 4 Councillor Report.
My report is on the server. I think everything's been covered, so I'll move my report as presented.
Any questions for Councillor Eichert? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.6, Division 6 Councillor Report. Councillor Kester, you may be on mute. We can't hear you.
You were right. Sorry about that. On the 3rd, I went to participate in the Strathmore dinner, and the 4th at council, 5th ag service, the 11th MPC and committee of the whole. On the evening of the 17th, we had a short At a gathering with the residents of Redland and, give them that presentation on the tax for improving the land. They, I'll just wait to make comment when Brad's gonna make a report on it when, I think that's next meeting, so I'll just take comments for there. And then on the 18th, we had council. That was all I had the privilege of attending, as being a county councillor. And I move my report as such.
Any questions for Councillor Kester? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.7, Division 7 Councillor Report.
Okay, so my report's on the server as well. Most of that stuff's been covered, other than we had the fall ASB, South Conference last week, which was good. There was lots of good information presented, including, I forget the name of the acronym of the outfit, but they had a number of things that they look after that aren't dangerous, and it was interesting to know that, backyard chickens was one of them. It went well. Of course, how can you not have fun in Blairmore? And probably the most exciting part is our resolution passed unanimously, so that's good. I have informed the WARS people. They're slightly thrilled beyond description. And that'll be about it. So with that, I'll move my report be accepted.
Just a clarification, I think there was one person opposed, but
Was there?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
in the back
Oh, was there
corner of the window.
behind me
Nope, on the,
or over in the other corner?
the other side of it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It had
actually, well, you know
strong
what? Now
support.
that you mention that, I should mention another thing. The one thing the ASB had a concern about, and I had talked to Glenn Alm about this offline a little bit too, is this could get fairly expensive, what we're saying to do. So the question then becomes, does the ASB have the budget, assuming it passes at the January we have the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so assuming it passes there, maybe it needs to be a motion then to approve it and then send it on to RMA because they have better funding. We don't know yet, but it's some stuff we'll have to kind of go over before January.
Any questions for Councillor Laverson?
I think I already did, but I'll move my report be adopted as presented.
Any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.1, Chief Administrative Officer Report.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Brian from Administration. On page 191 of the agenda package is my monthly report. On page 193 is the Council Resolution Tracker. Anything in yellow is deemed ongoing. Anything in green is deemed complete. If there are any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Any questions for CAO Henderson?
I think I had a couple. Oh, I think maybe it got answered. The compensation review that you talk about for Town of Strathmore, so that wasn't our review. This is one that Town of Strathmore is looking at doing. This compensation review for Town of Strathmore and AMSC.
Yes.
I'm curious if that was.
So, if that is under People Services, which I believe it may be. Yes. So the county regularly participates in compensation studies that are done across the province, specifically to our municipal counterparts. Just so if we do participate in this survey, they'll provide those data results to us, and vice versa. If they were to participate in a survey of ours, we would also provide them a copy of those results and how that kind of spans out. Typically, those reports are done, I'd say, roughly once every 3 years externally. And other municipalities do have their practices. We typically do one once every 3 years.
Gotcha. I was just curious, yeah, I just wondered why we were doing one for the Town of Strathmore, but now I see it's a survey. Yep. Got it, thank you. And new snow plowing procedures, you know what those are?
Yes, those would be more of safety. And the reason why those procedures would be created just or either revised or they would have been created, but just revised or reviewed just based on the current season. So those would be already implemented. We're just kind of reviewing them.
Standard thing, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for CAO Henderson? Deputy Reeve Clausen?
I'll put forth a motion that council accept the October 2022 Chief Administrative Officer report as information.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. And a motion regarding the resolution tracker.
I'll move that council accept the November 1, 2022 council resolution tracker as information.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.12, Community Enhancement Regional Board Division 4 appointment.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Brian again from Administration.
I'm approving that.
The RFD starts on page 199. The resolution is on there. There was a previous vacancy for Division 4 curb appointment. This is just it's been filled. The person has put their application forward. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Council's wishes.
I'll move that, council appoint the following individual to the Community Enhancement Regional Board. Maya Zimmerman as the Council Division 4 representative for a term commencing November 1st, 2022 and expiring October 31st, 2024.
Questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.13, Wheatland Housing Management Body, request for letter of support.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Brian from Administration again. On page 202 of your agenda package is a letter of support for a smart projector. These typical letters of support do come forward to the county fairly frequently, and it just says our practice to provide these letters of support. If there's any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Council's wishes.
I'll move that council provide a letter of support to the Wheatland Housing Management Body for their application for the New Horizons Senior Grant project titled Smart Projector.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.21, Corporate and Financial Services Report.
Good afternoon, Council. Corey from Administration. Just want to give an update regarding the Corporate and Financial Services team. So the assessors are assessing new buildings built in 2022 or any incomplete buildings for the previous years, as well as they're undergoing assessments on the DIP properties. And we're also putting together a request for a proposal for the Wheatland County DIP assessment preparation, which we've been a part of for a few years now, and our hope is to put that in with collaboration with other assessment teams as well, so that we have a good standing on that one. And that is due. It was actually due yesterday, and so I believe that we would have had that in on time. And for finance, I think today is the first day the new utility rates are effective. So just in case you get any calls on that one. And we did close out on the online budget survey. So the results of that look to be hopefully presented at CAL on the 15th. And for information services, the audio-visual refresh is underway. As you can see, we've done part of it. So we've had some technical difficulties and some challenges. So once council convenes today, we'll be ripping out the equipment and carrying on the rest of the transformation there. And I think that pretty much concludes my report. I'm here if you have any questions.
Any questions?
I'll move that council accepts the October 22nd Corporate and Financial Services Report as information.
Councillor Eckert has moved. I just have one question. On page 208, the last bullet under Information Management Digital Transformation, WSCSS has requested assistance. Just wondering if we could, the document that we have outlining supports that benefit sort of the villages or the region, if we could add those in kind services if that is facilitated, I think there's definite benefit to doing it, but I think it is important to show where our capacity supports regional organizations.
We can touch base with, WFCSS and, understand their requests and go from there.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Does any councillor?
Yeah, I just had one.
Go ahead, Councillor Kester.
Yeah, but did the House get a chance to do any work on the water fees? Like how much or how close are we paying what the current price of water is? Because we're charging a flat fee, and that flat fee should go toward paying for the water bill. I'm just wondering if any work's been done with that.
Yes, Councillor Kester, through the REEV. Administration is still working on that. Our intention was to bring that back at a future council date.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for corporate and financial services? Is any councillor opposed? The motion was to accept as information. Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move to 4.31, Community and Development Services Report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Reeve and Council. Matt from Administration here to present the October 2022 update for Community and Development Services found on page 211 of your agenda package. I'll be pretty quick with this one. You'll notice obviously quite a bit of economic development activity, networking and the rest with respect to our Economic Development Officer. I will note, and it's not in this report, but we do have a new Deputy Fire Chief starting next week, which is quite exciting as well. Council will be meeting him at a future council meeting, so we're very excited with that. You'll note actuals in the report as well. I will bring your attention, obviously, to a couple of things with respect to moving the second reading of the Municipal Development Plan. Planning and Development Division thought it was an opportune time to really address the Regional Growth Management Strategy. I did circulate a resolution to Council, and it is probably a good time to kind of align the RGMS, the Regional Growth Management Strategy, with Council's strategic plan, your strategic pillars, and the other planning and development documents. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
A question, Matt. So we have been working on our Infinite WC website. When's the last time our Wheatland County website was reviewed, or are we in it?
Yes, so two different websites. I will yield to our interim GM for corporate and financial services for the website.
Sorry.
For the corporate website. I'll yield to Corey for that. Thank you.
When you were up. Sorry. I was just wondering when.
We actually do intend on starting an update in January.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that for the website.
Okay, thank you.
And with respect to the Infinite WC website, we obviously are taking a look at it. We created that website internally, but it does need some updating as well, modernizing and the rest. So we are working on that as well. There is strong interface between both, but with respect to the corporate website, I'll those questions there.
Any other questions for Deputy CAO Boscario? If not, a motion to accept the information and perhaps a motion following that regarding the RGMS.
I'll move that Council accepts the October 2022 Community and Development Services Report as information.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. There was a suggested motion sent this morning at 9:54.
I move that Council direct administration to review the Regional Growth Management Strategy and bring back proposed amendments that align with Council's 2022 to 2025 strategic plan and Wheatland County's additional statutory and non-statutory planning and development policies and documents.
There's a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.32, 2022 Gleason-Siksika CP Rail Holiday Train Event.
Good afternoon, Council. Dave from Administration. On page 219 of your agenda package is a report about the Gleason-Siksika CP Rail Holiday Train Event. Council asked for a report at their October 18th, 2022 meeting, and I provided the report as well as a summary report as an attachment from the last holiday train event, and Council allotted up to $5,000 for the last event in 2019, so I can answer any questions around the report.
Any questions?
Thank you for all the great information. It was good to see just how our money was spent and that kind of thing. So, good information, and I'll move that council approve funding up to a maximum of $5,000 and in-kind resources, including peace officers and operational staff, similar to previous years, as part of Wheatland County's contribution to support the 2022 Canadian Pacific Holiday Train Event.
Any questions or discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move to 4.33, Eagle Lake Campground Update.
On page 226 of your agenda package is a report on the Eagle Lake Campground Update. Council asked for an update at its October 18th, 2022 meeting, and basically the report outlines administration working on an RFP to find a new operator for the campground, with the previous operator relinquishing the lease. I can answer any questions about the RFP process or the report.
Any questions? Council's wishes.
I'll move that council direct administration to post a request for proposal for a private operator to maintain and operate the Eagle Lake Campground for a term of 5 years, 2023 to 2027.
Any questions or discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. There's a second suggested motion regarding the report.
I'll move the council accepts the Eagle Lake Campground Report dated November 1st, 2022 for information.
Any questions or discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.34, letter to the Minister of Health.
Good afternoon, Council. Matt from Administration, just presenting a report for a decision on the outcome from the regular meeting of Council. The resolution is attached to the report on page 230, and the supplemental letter for the Minister of Health is on page 233. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions or discussion? Council's wishes.
I'll move that council authorize the REEV to sign the attached letter to the Minister of Health regarding its concerns related to the shortage of physicians in the Wheatland region, and direct administration to send the letter to the Minister's attention.
Any questions or discussion?
I like this as says the Wheatland region and not a particular municipality, so I will be supporting this.
You will be? Any other questions or discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.35, Wheatland Crossing School Fitness Center update.
Good afternoon, Council. It's Dave from Administration. On page 235 of your agenda packages report, providing an update for the Wheeland Crossing School Fitness update. Basically, this project's been on the books for a while since Wheeland Crossing School was constructed. It was meant to be done in a future year. So provides the update on some of the funding and some of the background on the project. There is currently a development permit for the fitness center component in with the county, and it's planned to be at the November 15th MPC meeting as well. So that's the information that I have right now, so I can answer any questions around that as well. Thank you.
Any questions?
I'll move that council accept the Wheatland Crossing School Fitness Center report dated November 1, 2022 for information.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thanks for bringing this forward. It's an exciting opportunity, I think, for the community to be able to access that. We will move to 4.41.
Good afternoon, Council. Brad Bullock presenting the October Transportation and Agriculture GM report. Just in some general comments and some highlights, the Alberta Transportation is progressing with the Highway 17 and 24 alignment project. It's still understood that will be open by November 15th. Paving will be complete and traffic will be open to traffic by then. The West Side Servicing Study continues to progress. The plan is to present, there's actually an error in here. The plan is to present this to Council again, not the report, but the presentation for the information going into the report on November 22nd, not on December 6th. The Range Road 205 reconstruction project was completed in mid-October in Division 7. The seeding and the fencing portion of that project will happen in 2023 when weather permits. Bridge replacement project on Township 250 between Range Road 215 and 220 is underway. So the bridge is being removed and is being replaced by a 3-meter culvert, and County Internal Forces is executing that. Double seal coat repairs were completed on Township 262 between Highway 21 and Range Road 245, and also on Malone Avenue in Cheeto. In Rosebud, the water main looping project is still underway to be wrapped up, I believe, this week or early next week. Under operations with roads, so some double seal coat repairs to some cul-de-sacs, so Township 235B, and Range Road 254A in Division 4 were completed. Under utilities, the second train in the Murfield wastewater treatment plant, so the filter media has been replaced in that, so that's completed, and both are operating. And the turbidity of the water, which is just a measure of the cloudiness, is quite low in both of those cases. So that's good news in terms of that replacement. It appears to have been very successful. And then waste management has shipped some of the wood at the Rocky Bird disposal site as part of the process to move the location of that pit for the wood. Under the land, a new utility right-of-way for a portion of the water line in Rosebud. And easements required for that. It's something that's actually always been needed and just got noticed as part of this project. So administration will be bringing forward to council a request for an easement for that water line for a right-of-way. Under the Murfield lot sales update, so you can see here there are still some sales pending close, as well as a few lots those were noted in last month as well. A few lots are currently unsold. For agriculture and environment, the mowing, as far as the greater beats, were underway. I think we're completed now. So we are actually able to get almost two full rounds, this year because of the long fall. The one area that did get missed, I believe, was Greater Beaver 1, near Rockyford, which was, looking at doing weather pending, judging by looking outside. That's, not gonna happen, this year. But it was a good year. We were able to do almost two full rounds. Typically, we're only able to get about one and a half, each year for the county. Under weed and pest control, 100 club route surveys completed for this year, or nearly. Completed village inspections for Rockyford, Standard, and Hussar. Seed clean and plant inspections, are booked for tomorrow, November 2nd. The date for ladies' livestock lessons, has been confirmed as January 20th, 2023. Event organized through the Red Bull Agricultural Partnership, Gateway Research Organization, and ALICE. Research Opportunities Conference date is confirmed as February 9th, 2023 at Old College. 10 farm visits completed for ag plastics recycling program since the last monthly report with 24 bags rolled, which makes a total number of 116 for the year. And submitted a new application to the Watershed Resiliency and Restoration Program for funding off-site watering systems, riparian fencing, and livestock creek crossing projects. And that concludes the report. There is, of course, the table at the end of the report with a more detailed listing of the capital project and operational activities for the team. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for General Manager Bullock? If not, a motion to accept the report as information.
So moved.
Moved.
Councillor Kester, please go ahead.
I'm just gonna say that I move that council accepts the General Manager of Transportation Agriculture October 2022 report as information.
Deputy Reeve Clausen had already moved, but.
It's okay if Glenn wants to. I'm good with that.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. I do just want to thank you for expediting bringing the West Side Servicing information back as well. We appreciate it. We will move to 4.42.
Good afternoon again, Council. Brad Bullock presenting. This report is one that was requested by Council as well as was talked about in the past. In fact, there's an outstanding resolution for that, Resolution 2021-1040, in which Council directed administration to conduct a review of all county communities for the purpose of determining which communities qualify for the formal designation of hamlet according to the Alberta Municipal Government Act, and provide to Council a recommended list of individual communities to be formally designated as hamlet communities by Council resolution in accordance with the MGA. So this report provides some information just about the impacts to the community and to Council that for communities that are designated as hamlets. It goes over the criteria stipulated in the MGA for communities to be designated as hamlets and how that process works with Council. Also related to this is potential grant funding opportunities. So under the AMWIP grant, the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership, there are implications for communities to be eligible for that grant. One being a hamlet, their criteria is a little bit more stringent, which we'll talk about later in the report. And then also the results of a preliminary analysis completed by county administration, just looking at all the communities within the county, which ones do meet the criteria for the MGA and the AMWIP, and also which ones we've been able to find past documentation for that shows the Council has formally designated those as hamlets. So on page 61, actually I'll flip down on the screen. go. So one of the provisions available in the MGA, there aren't very many, but one of them that's pertinent to this conversation is it does allow or give council the authority to impose a special tax within the community for to supply potable water infrastructure to residents within the hamlet, and so that's just one of them. There are some other implications related to assessment, and I think some to fire, but there aren't many, but that is one in particular. Under the AMWIP, so hamlets can be eligible for grant funding for various services. I'll flip to, just for reference, page 264 of the report. That does give the criteria for communities to be eligible. Communities need to be eligible for the grant. And also on 265, it's a list of the types of projects that are covered under that AMWIP grant, at least in relation to water and wastewater supply and infrastructure. So the criteria for hamlets to be designated as, communities to be designated as a hamlet under the MGA follows Section 59 of the MGA. And also the process for doing it. It says the council of a municipal district or specialized municipality may designate an unincorporated community within its boundaries to be a hamlet. It doesn't say how council has to do that, but we'll talk about that shortly. So the criteria for that, so long as the community consists of 5 or more buildings used as dwellings, the majority of which are on parcels of land smaller than 1,850 square meters, so over 50%. Has a general accepted boundary and name and contains parcels of land that are used for non-residential purposes. And then when designating the hamlet must specify, the designation of a hamlet, must specify the hamlet's name and boundaries. So the process for doing it simply is that council needs to designate it. There are, on the bottom of 261 of the report, the MGA talks about how council may act. It says that council may act by resolution or by bylaw. And so essentially, for council to go about designating communities hamlets, it would just either be by resolution or by bylaw. There's nothing in the MGI that stipulates that it needs to be one or the other, so there's those two options. Under the AMWIP grant, so it's very similar to the criteria under the MGA, except for the added stipulation that it consists of 10 or more occupied dwellings. And so under the MGA, to be a hamlet, it's 5 or more. Under AMWIP, it is 10 or more. And then similar criteria on titled parcels of land less than 1,850 square meters. With the majority on titled parcel of land less than 1,850 square meters, has a defined boundary with a distinct name, and has properties of non-residential uses. And then just a note from their website that the AMWIP eligible hamlets are not intended to include country residential subdivisions, condominium associations, or private developments. So on the bottom of page 262 is a table that basically summarizes the analysis completed by administration of the various communities within the county, and does highlight those within those communities which currently meet the criteria for hamlet designation, if council were so to choose to make that designation. So of those that are highlighted are Carsland, Cluny, Gleason, Lakes of Mirfield. So a point here is we did split Lakes of Mirfield and Lyalta into 2 separate communities here, just for information. So Gleason, Lakes of Mirfield, Rosebud, and Speargrass. One point to note too is that Cheadle is very close. Where they're just shy is on the percent of lots less than 1,850 square meters that contain dwellings. So in addition to that analysis, administration did do a search of past documentation. This may not represent all of the documentation in the past, but this is what we were able to find in terms of historical documents that have, all of them are bylaws. And so there are two bylaws, past bylaws, which it was not an original designation of a hamlet, but they expanded the boundaries of the hamlet. There was a bylaw passed in 2016 designating Rosebud as a hamlet, another in 2016 designated Nameka as a hamlet, and another in 2016 designating Nightingale as a hamlet. I should just note that per the previous table, of those five, or of those four communities, Carsland and Rosebud do meet the requirements according to the MGA, whereas Nameka and Nightingale appear to not. So based on the information in this report, Council may consider directing administration to present to Council in the form of a proposed bylaw or proposed resolution that, along with the recommended hamlet boundaries, the following eligible communities be designated as hamlets: Carsland, Clunie, Gleason, Lakes of Muirfield, and Speargrass. It appears in the past that the hamlet designations have been done in the county by bylaw, so administration would recommend to continue on with that, although it's up to Council's purview of which direction they want to go, whether by bylaw or by resolution. And Council may also, in light of this report, may or may not look at potentially rescinding some of the bylaws that have been done in the past that designated communities hamlets that don't meet the criteria for being a hamlet, whether that's just today's criteria or past criteria, but at least today for the MGA, they don't meet that criteria. And that's my report, and I'm here for any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you. A lot of information. Still trying to figure out, is there a benefit or harm if we expand Lyalta hamlet boundaries around Muirfield? It's not going to change property values. It's just, there's confusion there. I just was talking to residents again about the community hall, and, you know, it's across the road. It's in Lyalta. You know, they consider it Lyalta. They don't consider it their community. And it's like, no, it is your community. Like, it's all together. I don't want to change signage. I don't want to change any of that stuff. It just, to make it makes sense to me that it would be absorbed into it. So that's just, if there's anything I'm not seeing.
I guess when I was looking at it, I see that point for sure. A counter perspective would be the marketing that's done around Lakes of Muirfield. If it were to be named potentially as a distinct hamlet as Lakes of Muirfield, you've got that kind of marketing name recognition of, like, sense of place for that community. But I definitely see your point that Lyalta is already established and has, like, a community center, and I think it's different considerations for sure.
So if another development occurred there, which is there's one on the books still for homesteads. So if we go that route, then there'd be another area where it could be another hamlet, and they're all touch boundaries. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, Lakes of Muirfield could still stand on its own as a subdivision. Like in Calgary, I can name how many different subdivisions have thousands of people in it. It's like its own community. That's how I look at it. But I just, discussion to council what anybody else thinks. Just trying to simplify it. Or maybe it makes it worse. I don't know.
I'm confused, which doesn't take much. But we got this AMWIP, and right now we can't get, we're talking West Side servicing, and we can't get any funding for Cheadle because it doesn't meet the designation of, because they're on big lots, and they're on big lots because they have their own sewage systems and their own water well. So, like, we have to get something changed there, because I think we're gonna lose a big funding operation if we've got the sixth largest quote-unquote hamlet in the county, and it's not considered a hamlet.
So through the Reeve, we'd have to double check to see if Cheadle is currently on Alberta Transportation's list of eligible communities. They are very close, and they obviously are a prominent community. They may be on their list, but we'd have to double check. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but so it could be. If they are on their list of eligible hamlets, then they would be eligible for that grant funding. Their list is different than the MGA designation, and so they still may show up on AT's list, even though they're just shy of the MGA criteria there. Yeah.
Brad, did you check on Redland's status with that list? Were they on it? Because they're very close too.
Yeah,
Really,
through the Reeve. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're only one lot difference.
That's right, through the Reeve. So, just looking at the table on 262 right now, they would need one more dwelling on a lot less than 1,850 square meters. The other criteria there that it appears Redland doesn't meet is that they don't have a lot within the community that is designated as non-residential.
So if we were considering rescinding and noting that the Alberta Transportation list could be different than municipal affairs, municipal affairs, in addition to Nameka and Nightingale, also shows Chancellor, Cheadle, and Lyelta currently listed as hamlets in Wheatland County, and all five would not meet current criteria under either designation, just for council information. And then I do just have a question, because I believe when the boundaries were established for Nameka, and I think the same may be true as Nightingale, but I'm not as familiar, there were ASPs developed at the time. Does that have any impact if we, like, I'm assuming the ASP could be maintained even if you removed the hamlet designation? And is there value, like, it would be kind of nice to clean this up and actually have a list of actual hamlets and have a rationale for it and that kind of thing, but.
I think with respect to the area structure plans, recall through the Reeve to Council that we do have a campaign going on right now, and we're looking at rescinding specific ASPs that are not active. I think with respect to this initiative, should council choose to move forward with it, we would have to do a thorough deep dive into those impacts with the area structure plans, and of course what GM Bullock has outlined with respect to the specific qualifiers for, bylaws for some and rescinding for others. So that would be a part of, obviously, the action plan moving forward with respect to the impacts of area structure plans to hamlets removing or designating.
To me, this isn't a real high priority, but I would think some work that we could be working with, like Cheadle, for instance, is the hamlet boundaries the right size? Maybe we're not incorporating something, and look at it like, take it a direction like a municipality would. Is the boundaries going to incorporate future growth? Is it the right setup and that kind of thing? Because it could easily help development in that area or hinder it. So if we can get in front of it, does that make sense? And something maybe we work at committee of the whole, pick 2 or 3 of them and go through them and say, okay, that falls in. Because just briefly looking at Nightingale, half of the road is, one half is hamlet, one half isn't. And there's a lot of people on the other side of the road.
Yeah, through the Reeve, it's a good point in terms of the hamlet boundaries. So when the hamlets are designated, you do have to define a boundary. When we did go through this analysis, administration picked a boundary that seemed to make sense for the community, but that could get reviewed as part of the overall review and designation process. Another point to point out here as well is of the highlighted communities. I'm not sure with all of them, but I know like Lakes of Muirfield right now does not appear on AMWIT's list of eligible communities. A big reason for that is because they were a private community at one point by a developer. The county did take over that community, and it's not yet on AMWIT's list. And so designating that community as a hamlet might be one step towards then asking them to add that community to their list.
Thank you, that's where I was trying to go.
A question, when the people ask me if Cheadle's not a hamlet anymore, what is it?
We have like named communities or something referenced in our community profile.
So that'll become a named community. I'm just going to ask the question, when you get off the list, you go onto another list, they're going to wonder what list we went on to.
Cheadle specifically was identified as a potential growth node through some previous planning processes. And that may, just given some of the potential development in that area, may merit like specific attention in the future. And you may see the dynamics there change even just through like natural progression of development, potentially even in the short term, that might change those metrics so that it might qualify. And then we could pursue ensuring that it is on that AMWIP list and is designated just for future potential infrastructure and that type of thing.
So through the REEV, it is an interesting one, which is why it was highlighted. It does have, it's 48.7%, and it needs to be 50. So really by the strict definition of the MGA is what we're presenting here. It is one lot short of the almost 40 lots that are there. And so it's...
We round up? 48 is almost 50.
Go move to...
Round to the nearest 10, yeah.
Maybe we just got to move the boundaries that little bit.
Councillor Laverson.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when, if it's not a hamlet anymore, as far as I know, it becomes an unincorporated community.
Yes, and just through the REEV, this exercise is just done by administration just to kind of identify there has been some inconsistencies with municipal affairs, with our federal statistics, with our community profile. So this exercise is just to kind of bring everything all together. If a hamlet is identified as a hamlet right now, administration's not saying take anything away. We're just saying let's work on it and let's try to make these lists consistent. Our senior planner actually made an excellent point talking about community and how we don't. Our intention is not to take anything away, any names or anything like that. I think our intention is just to clean these lists up and just make them consistent and move forward that way. And another reason why this exercise has been brought forward was specifically related to the West Side Surfacing Project and eligibility for grant funding. So that's mostly the main reason of this report in general and why this has kind of spurred to where it is. So as you guys note on, I think it's page 165 of the agenda package, or 162, that criteria met. We specifically have an AMWIP table, and the Lakes of Muirfield is, as we all do recall, underwent some ownership changes that came to the county. So prior to 2020, it actually couldn't have been eligible for AMWIP, hence maybe a little bit of delay in infrastructure investment in that area. And so with this, kind of this exercise we're doing is administration's dotting our I's and crossing our T's on this specific hamlet or subdivision to ensure that we can get on Alberta Transportation's list for grant funding potential for the county.
Would there be merit, in addition to accepting it for information, just directing that this come back to committee of the whole, or just be reviewed to come back to committee of the whole if there are changes, like where a community may qualify, so that we could do that designation or request the designation? And then if there's, I'm with your comments, or it might have been Councillor Eichert, like not a top priority, but if there's at points in time in our calendar where there might be capacity to address some of these things to bring them forward, not rushing it or when we're already at capacity from an administrative perspective, but just gradually.
Administration would think that's a great idea. Ultimately, what our administration's goal at this point is to ensure that eligible areas or communities or hamlets that may be eligible for provincial grant funding, we can secure that grant funding or at least meet the criteria to apply. I think that's administration's main goal, but administration would welcome that recommendation to bring this back to council for future consideration as well.
Council's wishes. You make that motion. It's not my job.
I'll make motion to accept this as information and to bring forward some information for committee as a whole for us to work on some possible actionable items in the future.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.43, WID C Canal Rehabilitation Workspace.
Good afternoon, Council. Brad Bullock again presenting. So as part of a rehabilitation project of the irrigation canal adjacent to Northeast 2624 west of 4, the Western Irrigation District has requested a temporary construction easement within roll number 701-9010. This titled parcel is part of a canceled undeveloped road plan, and the activity will have no effect on county activities. There is a portion of the canal alignment that lies within. Administration and WD are aware that a portion of the titled area lies within the WID canal alignment. It's existed this way for over 100 years. The WID has no current interest in acquiring the area. Irrigation districts are permitted to operate their systems on lands that are not part of the irrigation plans under Section 184 of the Irrigation District Act statutory easement. That's my report, and I'm here for any questions.
Council's wishes.
I move that the county approve administration signing the temporary construction easement with Western Irrigation District within roll 7019010 northeast 2624 west of the Fort.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to correspondence. We have a letter with the request from Drumheller Health Foundation, and then there was also a couple of addendums in the additions package. They would be public information, the County of Newell and Nehill organizational meeting appointments. There is a request from the Badlands, or Drumheller Area Health Foundation, my apologies, requesting $500 contribution from the county to assist with venue costs for a fundraising event that they're holding in April. It's the only actionable item out of there. Council's wishes.
I'll just accept it as information.
Questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. That completes our open agenda. I will move us into closed session under FOIP Section 17. Is any councillor opposed? Seeing opposition, we'll do a roll call vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen?
In favor.
Councillor Laprise?
In favor.
Counselor Bigger?
In favor?
Counselor Eichert?
In favor.
Counselor Kester?
In favor.
Counselor Larson? Motion is carried. We'll move into closed session. Moved out of closed session. I believe there's one motion arising from closed session.
I'll move that council direct administration to hire an independent investigation team in accordance with bylaw 2022-05, section 4.5B, to follow the procedure set out in bylaw 2022-05 for the official complaint filed against Councillor Larson.
Is there any questions or discussion? Councillor Larson.
Recorded vote, please.
And I heard, section 4.5 is, I might be wrong, but it should be 14.5.
Oh, sorry.
I
I meant to say 14.5.
might
If I
have heard
said,
you wrong, but I just want to clarify.
if I did say, I meant to say 14.5. If I said 4.5, I apologize.
Thank you for the clarification. We'll do a roll call vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Councillor Laprise.
In favor.
Councillor Bigger.
In favor?
Councillor Eichert.
In favor.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Larson.
Opposed.
Motion is carried. That brings us to the conclusion of our agenda. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks,
It's gonna
everybody.
start getting expensive.
Bye.